We have a quorum. The meeting should come to order. I would ask that everyone silence their cell phones, put them on vibrate or shut them off. The following non-voters have asked to be admitted to town meeting without objection. They may be admitted and seated in the area to my left unless otherwise noted. Dennis Roy, DPW Director. Charlie Richter. Nancy Horn. Brent Monroe. Jean Coro. Alfred Allain. Rupert Thomas. Alex Ichimura. Larry Heckerman. Lena Aurora. Nancy Ryan, Town Librarian, who will be sitting with the Board of Library Trustees. David Harbison. John Perry. Bill Seymour. Phil Vaccaro. Deb Bigger. Lee Bigger. Maureen Doherty from the Linfield Villager. Linda Nakara, the Senior Center Director, will be sitting with the Senior Center staff. Bill LaForme from the Linfield Weekly News. Bob Curtin, Assistant to the Town Administrator. Julie McCarthy, Town Accountant. Amanda Mazurek. Gabriel Landau. Richard Simmons Jr. Mark Tetrol. Cara Mora. Jane Tremblay. And Tom Jefferson will be seated with the school committee. Town Administrator Bill Gustus and Town Council Tom Mullen, who are seated with the selectmen. Town Clerk Trudy Reed, who's seated on the stage next to me. I think that's it. If you'd all please stand, the Pioneer Singers will revel us with the national anthem. They are fresh off an appearance at Gillette Stadium where they sang for 14,000 people and won't be intimidated by the likes of us. And they are headed to Montreal for their next concert venue. So we are pleased to have them here. Proof that the music program at the Linfield Public School System is alive and well. Great job. Thank you very, very much. I would like to publicly acknowledge and thank several town officials and town employees who provided great service to the town for many years and have decided to retire from service. Fire Chief Joe Lingle, Dennis Roy, who has served as the DPW Director for the last 13 years, is here tonight. Jim Fagan from the school committee and Bob Siegel from the finance committee, all who have gone into retirement from town Linfield service. Thank you very, very much. I would also like to welcome Trudy Reed as the new town clerk. She sits here with me. Those of us that deal with the clerk's office on a regular basis have already discovered that she's very good and knowledgeable about her job and has a number of good suggestions to make. And we're delighted to have her on board in Linfield, so welcome to Linfield, Trudy. Thank you. We decided to add a new feature at the suggestion of the town clerk, the resident voting cards that you have to differentiate between those that can vote and those that can't. Of course, no sooner do we do that and we have an overwhelming town meeting, we may run out of cards before the night's over or have to handle that separately. But right now, everyone has a voter card in their hand, and we would ask you when we go for a hand count vote that that card would need to be raised. We want to make sure that we can differentiate between any non-voters in the hall. So hang on to that card. It also helps us keep track of the quorum. When you leave the hall, please leave those cards in the baskets that are at the door so that we can recover them. And we also will be trying to use the overhead PowerPoint projector on Article 6 tonight. That's the budget article, and we'll be using it for some presentations on the Fields article and Article 5. But we are going to try to use it to see how visible it is. We tried it earlier, it's all right. We're going to work on it before the next meeting to try to make it better, but I think it does help us work with it tonight. I want to advise town meeting of a procedural issue. As everyone who's here in October and many people know in town, I serve as the town moderator. I also have been chairing the field committee for the last 2 years. When it comes to Article 5 on this warrant, which is a request for funding, I will be making the presentation for the field committee. When we arrive at Article 5, I will step down as the moderator and assume the role of field chairman, and the town meeting will have to nominate and vote a new town moderator, and I'll explain that process in further detail when we get to that article. I just want to make sure everyone is aware of the conflict and aware of the fact that I'm going to step up. To the constables of the town of Lynnfield and the county of Essex and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of said town qualified to vote in elections and in town affairs to meet in the middle school auditorium and in the gymnasium if necessary on Monday, April 28, 2014 at 7:30, and then there to act on the following articles. Without objection, I will waive the reading of the warrant of service. I hold in my hand the warrant for this town meeting, including the return of service from Paul Minsky, Constable. Are there any objections? Hearing none, we'll move on. For those of you that may not have been at town meeting, the form is pretty simple. Please do not be intimidated by the parliamentary procedure that goes on. It is simply a means by which to guide the meeting and try to keep the meeting flowing. It is the purest form of democracy that we have. It is an opportunity for every registered voter in the town of Lynnfield to speak on any article that's on the warrant. You simply need to raise your hand, be recognized by the moderator. We will bring a microphone to you. When the microphone arrives, you need to tell us your name, your address, and then you can speak or make a motion or do whatever you would like here in the town meeting within the parameters of the warrant article, within the parameters of the motion. Anyone can amend the motion by changing the wording or amending the dollar amount of the motion. If it's a simple amendment, you can make it from the floor. If it is a complex amendment, we would ask that you deliver a written copy up to the front table here to Ms. Reed at the town clerk. You can do that in writing here in the meeting, or you can email her at linfieldtm, as in town meeting, @gmail.com. So all of you that are equipped with iPad or iPhone devices that can email on those phones, even though they're silenced, can do that at linfieldtm@gmail.com. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and welcome to everyone here tonight. It's good to see you all. I'm going to move that if necessary, this annual town meeting be adjourned to Wednesday, April 30th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m. at the middle school auditorium, gymnasium, and cafeteria if need be, should business of the meeting not be completed.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded that if necessary, this annual town meeting be adjourned to Wednesday, April 30th, 2014 at 7:30 p.m. in the middle school auditorium, gymnasium, and cafeteria if need be, should the business of the meeting not be completed. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the article signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We have tonight a consent agenda motion. So let me explain what this is in your books. You have a number of articles that are written. I am going to read the number of some of those articles. They are mostly business-type articles that allow us to have revolving accounts and different things within the town system, but that need to be approved on an annual basis by town meeting. A consent motion allows us to move and take all of those articles out of order and pass by consent so that we don't have to deal with them later in the meeting. So if there's anyone that has a question about any one of these articles and wants to have a discussion about the article, when I read the article number, you should ask to hold. We will take it off the consent agenda and we will deal with it as we get to it in the normal course of the business tonight. And the consent agenda includes the following articles. Article 1, the reports of town officers and town committees. Article 2, to choose town officers not required to be chosen by ballot. Article 3, to fix the compensation of the elective officers of the town. Article 10, to see if we will reauthorize the establishment of a revolving fund for the senior center activities and field trips. Article 11, the revolving account for the Board of Health. Article 12, the revolving account for the Board of Library Trustees. Article 13, the revolving account for the Recreation Commission. Article 14, the Emergency Medical Service Enterprise Receipts account. In Article 15, the Golf Enterprise Retained Earnings account. If there are any objections to having any of those contained in the consent agenda, please say so now. Hearing none, I'll proceed to a vote on the consent agenda. I will tell you that this requires a 4/5 vote. If anyone decides they want to vote no on this, and I'm not telling you how to vote, but if anyone votes no, we will have to go to a hand count to ensure that there is not a discrepancy in that mechanism. So if it's unanimous, we can move on. So all those in favor of the, I'm sorry, look, somebody has to make the motion first. Who's making the motion? Mr. Croft, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Welcome, everybody. I move that the town vote to take Articles 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 out of order, and that they be passed by consent in accordance with the motion shown on the consent agenda distributed this evening.
It's been moved and seconded to take Articles 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 out of order, and that they be passed by consent in accordance with the motion shown on the consent agenda distributed this evening. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the article signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. It is unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, the vote was unanimous in the
Cafeteria.
cafeteria.
Thank you very much, Mr. McHenry. I'll use Darth Vader speaking on the thing. Article 4. You'd see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds sums of money to supplement certain accounts in the current 2014 fiscal year where balances are below projected expenditures for various reasons, or what action it will take thereon. Mr. Terranova.
I move that the town vote to transfer from existing fiscal year 2014 appropriation accounts the sums listed in the handout entitled Article 4, 2014 Annual Town Meeting to the accounts listed in said handout in order to balance the fiscal year 2014 budget.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to transfer from existing fiscal year 2014 appropriation accounts the sums listed in the handout entitled Article 4, 2014 Annual Town Meeting to the accounts listed in said handout in order to balance the fiscal year 14 budget. Everyone should have received the handout as they came in, and on the top says Article 4, 2014 Annual Town Meeting. Are there any comments from the Board of Selectmen on this recommendation?
Board of Selectmen recommend the article.
Finance Committee, Mr. Dahlstedt?
That's a sign. The Finance Committee reviewed and recommended this article prior to this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Dahlstedt. Any questions or comments from the public? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of Article 4 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Article 5. So at this point, I'm going to step down. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Town Clerk Trudy Reed, and she will conduct an election within town meeting. We will nominate, and anyone can be nominated, and elect yourself a moderator for Article 5 so that I can make the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. You're putting me through my paces tonight for the first town meeting. To preclude a lack of prepared candidates, moderator has asked Richard O'Neill to stand by for this duty if it is the will of the meeting. I understand the selectmen are prepared to nominate Mr. O'Neill and will call upon them for the motion.
I move that the meeting elect Richard O'Neill temporary moderator for the April 28, 2014 annual town meeting.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, all those in favor of the election of Richard O'Neill as temporary moderator, please raise your voter card. Thank you. All those in opposition of Mr. O'Neill, please raise your voter card. Seeing none, we have elected Richard O'Neill as the interim moderator. If you will come forward, I can give you your oath and swear you in.
Richard O'Neill, solemnly swear to do and support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the bylaws and other laws pertaining to the town of Littlefield, and will faithfully discharge the duties of the moderator for which you have been elected, according to all the best of your abilities.
Good evening, all. I appreciate your vote of confidence, and I'm glad my wife wasn't here because it would not have been unanimous or close. Article 5, to see if the town will vote to appropriate a sum of money for the construction of municipal outdoor recreational and athletic facilities, including the development of land and the construction and reconstruction of facilities, and to determine whether to raise this appropriation by borrowing or otherwise, or to take any other action related thereto. Mr. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $7,789,068 for the construction of municipal outdoor recreational and athletic facilities, including the development of land and the construction and reconstruction of facilities, and to fund this appropriation to transfer the sum of $2,500,000 from the sale of real estate fund and to authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to borrow the sum of $5,289,068 to sell notes and bonds, therefore, in accordance with provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7.
there a second?
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before Mr. Bork does the presentation tonight, I just wanted to recognize the committee has been working on this for over the last 2 years. The prior Board of Selectmen appointed this board to tackle the problems we have, not just the fields, but all recreation facilities in the town. We've used the last 26 months to do that, and they've done a tremendous job, and you'll see that tonight. I just wanted to introduce the committee to you. It's the chairman of the committee is Arthur Bork. We have Kevin Sullivan, Kevin McHugh, Kyle Shinnick, Bob Priestley, and the secretary is Debbie Dunphy. For all the thousands of hours they put into this, I thought it'd be appropriate if town meeting would thank them for all the work they've done. So thank you. Appreciate it.
On to the discussion. Mr. Bork, I recognize.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I also want to add my thanks to Phil's and to Phil Crawford, who's been actively involved in this for the last 26 months. Started on our committee and then came on to the Board of Selectmen, has been at every one of our meetings. Our committee has literally spent thousands of hours on this project. There have been thousands of emails. We have been to all communities all over the North Shore, all over the eastern part of the United States, or eastern part of New England, I should say, looking at fields, trying to study and analyze, number one, what the problem was, and trying to find a solution to this very complex issue. It is not a simple issue. Determining what the problem was, and then trying to provide a solution that would provide long-term cost-benefit solution, and it's hard to believe we're in here asking for $7.8 million, an enormous amount of money. There's nobody on this committee that doesn't realize that this is an expensive proposition that we're putting in front of you. But we are very comfortable telling you that we have worked diligently to try to cut the costs down. We have eliminated a number of things that we felt didn't belong or could be done without. But in the end, we felt that this was the best recommendation in the long-term interests of the town, and that's why we're here with this presentation for you this evening. Can somebody turn the house? There you go. Thank you very much. So our Linfield fields, it's no secret, are just in terrible shape. This is the high school. This is various fields across the high school. This is how they look. I would tell you that if you went down, these pictures were taken a year ago. If you went down and looked at today, they look even worse. This spring has been a terrible spring. The fields are wetter. They've been more torn up. Probably the best field we had in town was Jordan Park, because soccer has spent tens of thousands trying to maintain that field to keep it safe for play. And if you look at it today, it's virtually destroyed because of the amount of play that happens on these fields and the weather conditions. It's New England. We can't control the weather. You know, somebody said to me a couple of weeks ago, I'll solve the problem. The fields, give me a bucket of grass seed and some fertilizer, and I can fix this problem. And I said, well, that's great, but you can't seed before June 8th to June 15th when the season ends. So just pretend it was your front lawn. You go out front, you put some seed down, you put some fertilizer. It's sunny every single day. You have the irrigation system on running. We've got the best possibly grass growing situation going on. The grass is growing, it's out of the ground, it's into July, the sun's out, everything's going great. It's August, you're out there, it's going to be the first or second time you've managed to cut the lawn, and it's looking great. And then we're sending on April 15th 45 football players from the Linfield football team to practice on your front yard. And right behind them, we're sending in 30 soccer players from the boys' team and 30 soccer players from the girls' team and the field hockey team. And they're going to practice every day in double sessions on your front yard. How long is that grass going to last? Because that's what we deal with in town. We have about 8 weeks to treat these fields. We need 23 fields, and I'll get into those numbers shortly, and we have 17. So it's a major problem. Every single school field that we have has open space, has dirt. They're primarily dirt fields. And the committee looked at every single one of them, working with Gale Associates, who are here tonight to answer any questions, to try to solve this problem. Newhall Park, tennis courts in disrepair, bleachers at Glen Meadow Park, the field fence, there's a bunch of other stuff that needs to be done there. They need new dugouts. So it's really a disgrace, quite honestly, the condition of our fields. And we haven't included the pictures of the middle school stadium field where the bleachers need to be condemned, and the field, which was sodded from hash mark to hash mark last year, is completely destroyed again this year because of the use in the spring. Our lacrosse team this year at the high school had to play a game in Medford because the field in Linfield was determined to be unsafe for play. Our girls lacrosse team was playing, and the referee said to one of our players, if I ever win the lottery, I'm going to buy you guys a field because this field's a disgrace. So that's what we're dealing with. In the fall, our soccer team, girls soccer team, made it into the tournament. They had to move the game to Jordan Park because the high school field was not playable. So it runs into this, and I can tell you the same stories the year before and the year before. These fields just cannot sustain the use. We have 3,300 recreational athletes. That's a survey done by Gale. This isn't numbers that the committee came up with. Questionnaires that was sent out, pretty comprehensive study. They participate in 5,681 athletic events. There are even more today. Since this survey was done, flag football has come to Linfield. Flag football, 2 years old, flag football now has 175 players in the program. So that's another request for fields that we're trying to deal with, and another 175 people that are using our fields. Industry standards calculate that a well-maintained field can sustain 250 events per year. And I'll show you a chart that shows you how ours are being used, but to support our current demand requires 23 natural grass fields. We have 17. Our fields are so overused that adequate maintenance is possible. I just want you to pay attention to the yellow printing on the red background with over 250 uses. This is how our fields are being used currently. 320, 313, 600 uses, 597, 530, 510 for the multi-purpose game field at the middle school. Different fields, different numbers. Jordan Park, 464 uses on both fields. So it's really a problem, and we can't sustain it on these grass fields. You just can't repair it. There is no time when you can take a field out of play to repair it. So just a quick summary, 3,300 athletes, 5,600 events. You would need 4,250 as far as the number of fields the number of events we have. An event is any group of 15 or 20 players gathered together for a game or a practice that lasts approximately 2 hours. We have 17 fields times 250 events. We have fields available for, we need 4,250. We have a shortage of 1,431, which means we need about 5.7 grass fields. I challenge anyone to find enough space, a couple of acres, 3 acres, to put a single grass field in town, never mind 6 of them. We thought we had land up on Main Street. That turned out to be very difficult to access. The inbound road was going to be $1.5 million. Once we got in there, we only had enough land to put 3 fields on. They were going to be all grass. And if we only added 3 grass fields, it didn't solve our problem. So then we started looking at those fields and saying, okay, we'll make them turf. But once we started adding turf to the cost, all of a sudden the cost was up around $5.5, $6 billion for the fields, plus 1.5 for an inbound road. The committee looked and said, if we're going to spend money on turf fields, why don't we solve 2 problems at once? We'll come back to the high school, use the open land, save some money there, put turf fields in at the high school, and we'll fix the rest of the fields. So our solution is multifaceted. It has 2 different prongs, if you will. We'll get to the high school in just a minute, but the townwide field improvement project will start at the middle school. We would go on to the softball field, extend the left field back line. It's currently short. It's at 159 feet. It needs to be at 180 feet. We extend that out to make it 177 feet. We can't get it any deeper because of the wetlands that are behind it. We would add new dugouts on this softball field because it has inferior dugouts. We would add a batting cage down there. We would fix the drainage problems on this field. There are some water buildup and drainage problems on the field. You can see the condition of the turf. We would fix the turf. And that's on the girls' softball field that is there. There's a multi-purpose field in the outfield of the baseball field. We would go on to the multi-purpose field and resurface the multi-purpose field. Field hockey, which currently plays on that field, will be moved to the high school once the new fields are built, if town meeting is good enough tonight to approve this project. So this field will no longer be used as a multi-purpose field. It may be brought back sometime in the future, but immediately we restore this grass and get this back in good shape because it is the outfield of the baseball field. On the baseball field, we would go in, construct new dugouts, new drainage, raise the infield, put a whole new drainage system underneath the infield because it doesn't drain, it's moist all the time. Put a new drainage system into the first 15 feet of the outfield, and then put the whole infield back down and reconstruct. It's a total field reconstruction, including a couple of batting cages, a bullpen, and dugouts for the players, and safety fences and some other protective stuff that we need at that field to make it safe. At the Summer Street School, this is the multi-purpose field at the rear of the school. The baseball diamond is a T-ball, softball diamond. It's in pretty good shape. The clay's all right, but the field in the outfield you can see is pretty worn. We would go in there and repair the surface of this, do some slice seeding and do some simple grass repairs, try to make that into a better field in the back. The front field, hard to believe this is a field, and I challenge anyone to find a blade of grass in this field. It's all weeds. It's pretty well beaten. It doesn't get used very often because it's just in such terrible shape, nobody wants to play there. We would go back in, create a stone dust infield, not a clay infield, put new grass in around the field so they have a legitimate field. You can see in the lower left corner the damage to the playground surface. This playground has a rubberized type surface. We would resurface that playground to fix all these repairs. This is one of dozens of holes that are in that surface across the playground. So we're going to fix that playground surface as part of this and bring this Summer Street School back into compliance. At the Huckleberry Hill School, the multi-purpose field up there, we would straighten the fence line out. There's a jagged fence line that doesn't allow us to have a perfectly square field in it. We would straighten the fence line out. We would go in, install a well, an irrigation system on the field, redo the sod or the turf on the field. It would be a natural grass playing field, but we would go in and redo it with an irrigation system. Again, because the new fields at the high school, we'd be able to reduce the amount of play on some of these fields. In a field like this, we could actually pull out of service for a year and handle the growing season with it. There's a baseball backstop up there. They play on the grass, so we go in and fix this field. At Glen Meadow Park, we go in, put new dugouts in for the Little League field that's there, put new bleachers in, some new fencing. The fencing is falling apart up there. Install a new flagpole. There's an American flag there we would reinstall. And that's the Glen Meadow Park. We would also go on to the basketball and tennis courts and fix any surface cracks, repairs that need to be done. Those courts need to be fixed slightly, so we go in and fix we aren't going to resurface them. We'll go in and repair the cracks, and there's a hoop problem and a net problem that we'd fix as well.
Mr. Bork, if I may, Mr. Bork has reached the limit for presentation. I would entertain a motion to extend the time for Mr. Bork's presentation, and that must be done by a vote of the body. And I'd entertain a motion. Mr. Crawford?
I move that we extend Mr. Bork's time to speak by another 15 minutes, if needed.
Second.
A vote has been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it as a vote. Mr. Bork, continue.
Thank you. I was expecting at least one no. I mean, come on. Thank you. At New Hall Park, there are 2 tennis courts that are in a gross state of disrepair. They haven't been used. The weeds are overgrown the court. The original Fields Committee proposal was to go in and remove these 2 tennis courts and replace them with parking lot. It would give us an additional 27 parking spaces. We published that idea. We didn't see much response, but at our last meeting, we were approached by a resident of Linfield whose family's been very involved in this park and asked us to reconsider our opinion. The committee will get back together after this meeting to look at this and make a decision whether we want to try to keep 1 court down there, 2 courts down there, or if it's in the best interest of the town to replace it with a parking lot. All of them carry about the same cost. There's an insignificant difference between the 2 of them. So we currently are carrying this to make it a parking lot, but there's a possibility the committee will come back and reconsider this and keep it as at least a 1 court, if not a 2 court tennis court. And we're trying to address what is a problem down there for the neighbors with regard to parking. When there's events down there, cars are parked all over down the place. We'll also go onto the baseball field at Newhall, put new dugouts in, replace some fencing, do some infield work to fix the drainage issues that are there. There are 2 fields there. We would do the same thing to both fields, new dugouts on the back field as well. Put a new fence on the back field. There is no safety fence, I think, back there that needs to be put on to protect players that are in the dugout. And so we put a fence on the back field at Newhall. At Jordan Park, we would go in. So there was a massive proposal to redo the parking lot, to extend the field by 30 feet. And the committee felt that rather than spend $700,000, which is what it would cost us at Jordan Park to do that, the committee voted differently to add some alternates to the high school project and eliminate the need to expand the field at Jordan Park by 30 feet. Doesn't sound like much, but the addition of 30 feet on that park would allow us to put 2 full-sided soccer fields into that park, and that was the intent. But when we got the adult pricing, and I'll talk to that later, we made a different decision. But we would go into Jordan, repair some fencing that needs to be repaired, make some field improvements to that field because it's pretty tired right now. Once we can get onto the turf, we can start to take the pressure off that field. Replace the playground equipment, which as you can see is in pretty bad shape. And put some safety netting up there to keep balls from going into some of the backyards and across into the parking lot. We've had people hit with balls, so we're trying to provide some relief from that. So that's the summary of projects. It comes to $768,000. This is on the townwide field improvements project. We added 5% contingency at the recommendation of our consultants. That's to handle anything that may go wrong, anything we discover while we're working on these projects. This is on the playground project. It's entirely possible there'll be no problems and we'll be able to get this done. The committee will also be looking at this proposal to see how much of this might be done as maintenance rather than contracted construction. And there's a difference in how that gets awarded, and there's a difference as to the cost involved with that, because if we can break some of it down into smaller contracts that are maintenance, not construction, we may be able to save some money, but we won't know that until we can get it out to bid and take a look at it. So the committee intends to stay in place if the selectman wants to stay in place and try to oversee and manage this project going forward. The total for the townwide field improvements is $821,760. Moving on in a trip around Linfield, we're now at the high school, and I think everyone's probably heard about the high school. We are proposing at the high school a multi-use synthetic turf stadium with lights, bleachers, concessions, bathrooms, visitors' locker rooms, a meeting room, team meeting rooms, 2 multi-use synthetic turf fields, all of them with lights on it. We are now proposing an artificial turf in baseball and softball fields, and I'll explain that shortly. And because of the turf and the lights, this equates with the adults of the baseball and softball field. We're adding the equivalent of 5 or 6 multi-use fields. So there's a significant gain by getting to this project. This diagram, and I will point out a couple of things. The high school is right in here. This is the current playing fields. Our current fields go this way. There are 2 fields side by side. We're going to change the configuration. There will be a stadium called Field Number 1. It has bleacher seating in there. It has bleacher seating for 890 people. We originally requested 1,000. The plumbing board wanted twice the bathroom facilities that we currently have. We went to the plumbing board with a variance request. They gave us a variance, would not count any of the bathrooms in the high school, including the 2 that have an outside door that face these fields. We have 2 bathrooms right here that face out into the field. They would not give us credit for those 2, and they told us to reduce the bleacher seating from 1,000 to 890, or expand the concessions building by putting several additional fixtures into the restrooms. The committee made a decision to reduce the seating because there are only 2 events that really require that amount of people: graduation and the Thanksgiving Day game, and we will take care of that problem with some temporary bleachers which are within the confines of the law rather than build the seating. We have gone back, I think, to the plumbing board and asked them to reconsider. We'll see what they do, but we just think that we're going to have to deal with this at 890. I will point out that this is a fully lit stadium-type field. It's artificial turf. It is suitable for four sports: football, field hockey, lacrosse, and soccer. It is very high-end turf. The spec that we spec'd on, we tried to spec the best dual filament turf that we could spec for this. It has a very tight gauge and it has a very good filament. And we think the bidder has hit it with the turf that they've selected. The new entrance, this will be blocked in the back. You won't be able to get into the stadium from the back. There is a press box here with a lift. We are required to have a lift, and that was another alternative permit we had. They actually required to have an elevator. We got an exception from the board that oversees that to put a lift in rather than an elevator. I just mentioned that I think in Melrose they got forced to put an elevator and it cost them $80,000 for an elevator that, it only goes to the press box. So the new entrance to this field will be over here. It will be in this corner. It'll have a set of stairs that go down. It will have a handicap ramp that goes down. This field, unlike the current Linfield High School field, all fields will be fully handicap accessible. So the current field has a ramp that goes down to it, but once you get to the ramp, there's about a 2-foot stone ditch that you have to cross in your wheelchair or your scooter or whatever you want to go down there. Makes it virtually impossible to get out onto the field. There are no hardscape there that can get you around. As you can see on these fields, there is hardscape all the way around to get you around. I'll talk about the amenities building in a minute, but that's located right here, parallel to the wall of the school. There is a safety net that will go on this field to keep the balls from going through to the amenities building. And there's a safety net on that end of the field to keep the balls from going out of play into the swamp over there. Sorry, it's a meadow, not a swamp. Linfield doesn't have swamps, we have meadows. And these fields are known as field number 2 and field number 3. Field number 2 is a 4-sport field: football, lacrosse, field hockey, soccer. It will be marked for football. It'll be marked for all 4 sports, but it'll have 10-yard lines for the football. It is intended as a practice field. It only has 1 set of goalposts on it. So it is intended to practice on for football, I'm sorry. It is intended as a game field for other sports. This field is just a little bit shorter because of the wetlands that are up in this corner. We had to shorten this field, so it is not capable of handling football. It will handle field hockey, soccer, and lacrosse. It will be marked for all 3 sports. There's a concrete walkway that comes through here. The baseball field, which had originally been proposed, we were working on a proposal that had grass. We put it out to bid asking for grass. Our bid, which came in at about $4.8 million, had 2 add-alls on it. Those add-alls were for turfing this field. We expected, according to our consultant, that bid to be somewhere in the $800,000 range to turf that field, and somewhere in the $300,000 range to turf this field. The successful low bidder in this project for these fields bid a price tag of $417,000 for that field. It was an exceptionally low price. It was half of what the other bidders proposed for this field. The committee looked at that price, felt that it was a one-time price, that we would never get an opportunity to get a price like that. It represented 75% more field space. That means that field is 75% the size of this for an 11% additional cost. And we felt because of that pricing and because of the value that we would get from that, it was worthwhile recommending the baseball field turfing as alternate 1. This field, even though it shows an infield, that infield is painted brown. It's not clay, it's a painted surface. A number of communities are doing that, a number of schools do it. St. John's Prep has it on their baseball field. So it doesn't play like an infield, it plays like a turf field. You can play right on it. This field is large enough for us to get 1 full-sided field like this onto it, and we can also get a small-sided U12 or U8 soccer or lacrosse field on it so that we can get youth sports over there. It effectively gives us 4 full-sided fields and 1 small-sided field here. Up in the softball field, there's a new stadium of softball field going to be created up in here. This was proposed as natural grass. The contractor gave us a price of $125,000, way under what anyone else was. I think the other lowest bidder was in the $250,000 range for this. We felt, again, that price was worthwhile doing. This would probably accommodate a small-sided soccer field if we wanted to get in there and do it, but it is a turf field. The field committee, after a lot of deliberation about increasing the cost of this project, which was already high, looked at this and said, when we look at the value that we're going to get, when we look at the benefit to the taxpayers of Lynnfield, when we look at the youth groups that will be able to get on this field and play, we think it's worthwhile doing all of these fields in artificial turf. I will add, the cost of maintenance to a grass baseball field and the cost of maintenance to a grass rectangular field is about $25,000 per field. The cost of maintenance to the turf fields is about $5,000 a year. So there is substantial savings to be recognized year after year after year in the maintenance budget. The current maintenance, well, I'll get to that slide. Let me hold on that. I won't have that discussion. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused up here. Yeah. I want to note that one of the things that townspeople said during the surveys that were conducted was they wanted more walking trails. The railroad bed that is currently being considered, and I don't want to get into the rails to trails discussion tonight, but the railroad bed is right here. We have added a walking trail that would come off the railroad bed, and if it doesn't, it would be continued up and through here. But we have added a stone dust walking trail that goes all the way around the outside perimeter of these fields and the parking lot. Fat thumb, thin trigger. Goes around the schools, comes all the way down around this side, cuts across the outfield of the softball field, and down back into this so you can walk and continue. So if you wanted to walk all the way around there's a pretty good sized loop. If it ever is connected by the Rails to Trails project, there is a similar walking trail around the middle school, and it would give us a loop to run and to walk and get back and forth to the middle school, and then use these on either end to give you a pretty good distance running and walking. So that's one of the benefits. So that is the field proposal. The existing dugouts would remain at the baseball field at the request of the baseball coach. Those dugouts were built by some parents, and there was a strong push for us not to replace them with new dugouts. The new softball field would get a cantilever shaded dugouts like the other fields, get a batting cage up in there, and the baseball field would get a new batting cage as well, and a couple of bullpens to warm up pitchers. That is the fields proposal at the high school. And in the amenities building, which looks like this, I will quickly show you the front. There are two doors that face the stadium. Remember, this is on the end zone, faces the end zone, is centered on the stadium field. The left door accesses the team meeting rooms and trainers room, and I'll talk about that in a second. This right door accesses the public area. Just looking at the side view before we get too far, you can see there's a portico that comes out over. That's right in front of the concession stand here. That's the concession stand window. So people coming in to watch a game could come in, get a cup of coffee, get a hot dog, sit on some of the tables. We'll have some picnic tables out there, enjoy the game, sit under the shade of the roof so they don't get rained on or snowed on if the kids are playing, and watch a game or just have a place to gather. We saw this in Needham. We thought it was a really kind of neat. We talked to the folks in Needham. They said it gets used constantly. It was one of the nicest features that they built into the project. The shape of their building is a little bit different, but we thought it brought value to the town of Lynnfield by doing it. This is the layout inside the building. There are two team meeting rooms. These are not intended to be locker rooms where there will be lockers and changing going on. They're intended for use by all sports, so that all high school sports, not youth sports, but all high school sports. So the coach that wanted to have a team meeting with his players could go in. There's bench seating for 45 players. There are hooks on the wall to hang a coat on, to hang a helmet on if it's a football team, maybe even to hang a set of shoulder pads on while they're sitting in a meeting. There will be whiteboards up in the front, but it'll allow a coach to talk to his team, do a pregame prep, do a halftime talk or whatever, get them out inside where they can be closeted. They all access through the single door. That was the left door you saw. There's 2 of them. We saw this in Melrose. The Melrose folks were talking about how well it worked for them. When we brought it to Linfield and started talking to the coaches here in Linfield, they explained that they don't have a place in the Linfield locker room where they can put all their players to talk to them because the locker room is so divided up with rows of lockers that they don't have any place to do it. And they asked us if we were going to do it for others, that we do it for them. And so we felt that it was worthwhile having 2 team meeting rooms. And again, not exclusive for any sport, that to be used by all sports. That's what the intention is. And they're really more meeting rooms and a place to gather as a team before a game.
Mr. Bork, if you have a big finish, now's the time.
I'm getting there. Is my time up?
It is, Mr. Bork.
Can I get 5 more?
If there's a motion, we'll entertain the motion, but the sign of a good salesman is...
I'll wrap it. So that's it. We have men's and ladies' rooms over here, a concession stand here, some storage in here, and that's the amenities building. That came in at $1,017,000. If you look at that proposal, that makes the high school project $6.7 million. We added construction management services at the high school, construction management services for the Fields project, engineering, some additional engineering that needs to be done for the townwide field project because there wasn't money in the original appropriation to engineer a couple of the solutions, and some environmental testing. We already know that we have a nickel problem at the high school because of the parking lot. We've been on the fields. We've conducted 48 test pits out there, or 48 test borings. We know we have some nickel in the field. We are prepared to address that, but it's going to include some environmental testing, so we've added that. $232,000. And my final slide is the cost summary. High school project 6.7, townwide field improvements 821, additional cost 232, and the total project is at $7.7 million. An enormous amount of money, but we think it's worthwhile trying to do. It's a long-term investment in the field future and the future of our young athletes. Thank you very, very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bork. You owe us a minute and 45 seconds. We'll offset that next time. Recommendations. Selectmen.
The Board of Selectmen recommends Article 5.
Finance Committee.
Prior to this meeting, the Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend Article 5.
And the School Committee.
School committee fully supports Article 5. This project, with no impact on tax rates, is a great project for the kids of Linfield and a necessary improvement as well for a long time coming. For the Fields Committee and those who worked on this project, thank you. And this will benefit the kids of Linfield for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Members of the town meeting, any questions? Mrs. Campbell.
Well, Patricia Campbell, Patrice Lane. All these recommendations, and nobody told us how we're going to pay for it, did they? With all the time that we gave them. Don't you think it's time to explain to the people? Well, and we also heard no new taxes.
Mrs. Campbell?
No,
I'm going to let you continue, but as you made us, you issued a question, I do believe, in terms of cost, and I don't know if Mr. Gussis wanted to respond. If that is a question, I'll have Mr. Gussis respond.
I would like to finish first my comments, and then I would like to hear how it's going to be financed.
You may, thank you.
We just heard no impact on the tax rate. We just, at the village pharmacy in October, I picked up this little brochure from the proposal from the Fields Committee. Total cost of these projects is approximately 8.5, so now we know it's 7.7. The selectmen have developed a funding mechanism that will fund approximately $6.5 million through utilization of monies that are currently in various accounts of the town. Money that was committed to field development from the sale of land to life. That's the Linfield Initiative for Elders. And finally, through incurring some debt Do we really think that's going to have no impact on the tax rate? And would be paid from new taxes coming from Market Street. This approach means that there will be no new taxes for the people of Lakeville. What's it going to cost to maintain this? I thought we were going into debt last time in October for about $350,000 a year after the first couple of years were paid from Market Street and Life. Do we really believe there's no new taxes? Go ahead, see if you can answer that, Mr. Gustis.
Mr. Gustis.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In front of you here is just a summary of what it's going to cost to do all this and the various components of the project. As you can see, the base bid, together with the two alternates that Mr. Book explained, and then you've got the building cost of 1,017, and the other fields are going to be 768 with the contingencies. The total cost of the project is 778,9067, as he described. In our sale of real estate account, there is over $2.5 million. There's $2.6 million. This is generated through the sale of town-owned land and the land to life. And that will be utilized to bring down the amount necessary to be borrowed to 5.289067. So the total appropriation as read was 7789067. Next slide. So how do we pay for it? How do we pay for the debt? First of all, you take the $2.5 million off. So the fields with the alternates is now you're borrowing $3,399,000. For the building, you're building $1 million. The other fields, 821. And so the total debt service in FY15. Now the way this is going to be done is we would use the town appropriation to begin the project. We would borrow the money beginning in July of 2014. And in the first year, we would only be required to pay an interest payment on the bonds, because the bonds is semi-annual interest and annual debt payments on the anniversary of principal. So in the first year, all we have is an interest payment on the fields with the building, because we're not planning on borrowing the money for the other fields until next spring. And the reason for that is we can't begin those projects until after the high school project is over with. Because otherwise, if you start doing all of this work at the same time, the kids would have absolutely no place to play this summer and fall. So that work is planned to begin next spring, so we wouldn't borrow that money until next year. Now, if you look at FY16, the total debt service cost for the project is going to be roughly $434,000. In FY17, it's about $437,000. This is done on a level debt basis, meaning that every year, that's what it's going to cost, $437,000 a year. Now, how are we going to pay that without raising taxes? Well, if you look at Market Street and what we've realized in new growth to date, in fiscal 14, which we're in right now, our new growth was about $913,000. Of that $913,000, $436,000 of it came out of Market Street. The rest of it was just general new growth throughout the rest of the community. And that's pretty much a static amount that we see every year on new small subdivisions, knockdowns, rebuilds. There are a couple of larger developments that are going on that produce new growth annually. But set that aside for a minute, because that's sort of like a static amount. But this $436,000 worth of new growth that we realized in fiscal 14 is related to less than half the value of the shells of the building up at Market Street, because that new growth was calculated as of June 30th, 2013. last year. But at that point, none of the buildings were finished. None of the tenant fit-ups were done. There was only one of the residential buildings that was even close to occupancy. So all in, less than 50% of the value of the buildings themselves had been captured. So in the next fiscal year, we expect to generate about $500,000 just attributable to the buildings. And then you have to look at personal property, which is also another tax. And that's all the equipment that all of those tenants have brought into their buildings. That's going to be roughly $150,000 next year. And then you have the apartment buildings, which are less than 40% done. So all in, the new growth for 15 from Market Street real estate is about 736,000. Other new growth is that static new growth, that's about 400,000. The personal property is about 100,000. So the total tax bills are roughly 1,236,898. We haven't talked about the meals taxes yet. The meals taxes generated by this development in the first year will be roughly $250,000 a year. You add all that in, that's 1.486 million next year in new growth in tax revenue, all in. We have budgeted, in our budget, you'll see is in the next article, only $800,000. So there's roughly $600,000 in new revenue that will come in FY15. We only have to cover only 78,000. And then the following year, only 434. I guess what I'm saying is we have to make sure that that levy capacity is available in fiscal 16, but it's already available now. All it takes is, don't spend it in the fall. Put it into reserve funds this year so that it'll be available next year to appropriate for this debt service. That's what needs to be done. That gives us roughly $686,000 to pay debt of roughly $437,000. And that is only the first phase of Market Street. We have not even begun the second phase of Market Street yet. There are 5 more restaurants going in. There's an additional 200,000 square feet of commercial property that hasn't even broken ground. So there is more than enough new growth here to cover this and several other ideas the taxpayers may have on how to use that money. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gustus. Ms. Priestley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Bailey Priestley from 3 Wing Road. I'm a senior at Linfields High School and also the president of the Student Council. Very excited to be here this evening, participating in my first town meeting as a registered voter. I'd like to take a couple moments to share my feelings about the proposed fields at the project from a student actually using from the perspective of a student using these facilities. I decided to speak this evening because my interest was sparked about this proposed project from Kevin Sullivan, a member of the Fields Committee, came to one of our student council meetings to describe the details of what was proposed. I think it really sparked a lot of students' interest learning more details about what was to come. I've been involved in sports during my 4 years at the LHS, and I've also seen firsthand many students using the fields at the high school, middle school, and other fields throughout the town. The proposed field project has been a long time coming, and it's way overdue for Linfield. Because of the dedicated parent volunteers that work with children to expose them to various sports, the fields throughout the town are constantly being used, and as a result, in clearly very bad shape. not because of neglect or poor maintenance, but because we use them on a daily basis. This is a good thing. Sports are an extension of our education outside the classroom, and it teaches us teamwork, sportsmanship, working together towards a common goal, and the desire to push ourselves to individual goals. The new high school turf complex, along with reconstruction of the rest of the fields throughout the town, will go a long way towards making safe playing fields available to the children of Linfield for many years to come. I realize that this project is going to cost a lot of money to the town, but I feel it will be money well spent. The Market Street is giving great financial benefits to Linfield, and with the money that I will add is not coming from Linfield residents, we would be able to fund this project to promote our students, which I believe is very much necessary. I'm asking that if you want to make Linfield an even better place to raise your families and provide sufficient playing fields for the children and citizens of Linfield, that you join me in voting yes for the proposed field project. Thank you for your time.
If we could get the microphone over to the, thank you.
Hi, Stephen Dillon, Rossmore Road. Is there an anticipated life for the fields at the high school?
That a question to the chair, to Mr. Bork.
Whoever has the information.
Mr. Bork.
There is, these fields are expected to last 12 to 15 years before they need a new carpet. But the infrastructure, which is the most costly part of the fields, will last, as far as we know, forever. It might have to be, drainage pipes might have to be flushed out, but there's no reason to believe that the infrastructure that supports all these fields underneath, it's a very extensive drainage system, it goes down about 18 inches. The town meeting would like a very comprehensive explanation. I'm sure the folks from Gale can give it to you, but the expected life of the carpet is 12 to 15 years, and the drainage will last forever.
Thank you, Mr. Bork. I'm sorry, gentlemen, in the rear of the, yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Bert Bollier on 1 Carol Ann Road. I also work here in town as a realtor for Northrop Associates the last 11 years. I'm not going to speak to you tonight as a salesman, but as a fellow homeowner. Seven out of 10 families come to this town specifically for the educational benefits. I work with a couple of co-workers who have young families, and they told me they spend an awful lot of time out here at the Linfield Athletic Fields. One of them told me that whenever it rains on game day, that pretty much tells you that they're probably going to have to reschedule the game. And second, some of them have gone out to visit some of the fields outside of Linfield for games, like in North Reading and in Reading, who already have turf fields, and they have the concession stands and bathrooms and all that. And that's something that they're probably at least 1 or 2 years ahead of us at this point. I stand with Arthur Burke and his committee and the Recreation Committee, and to every manager and coach that works in these fields in whatever sport that may be here in Linfield. I think there are 3 important points here. One is that we'll have a continued interest for the young families wanting to move here into Linfield. Secondly, we could create athletic fields for our young athletes so that they can hone their skills for their particular sport that they love. And lastly, this will absolutely increase the value of your real estate. So join with me, vote yes tonight. This has been a long time coming.
Mr. Moderator, this is the cafeteria. We have somebody who wishes to make a statement.
It's that voice again. Mr. McKetrick, you've got a question.
this is Bob Miller, 21 Fernway. I have 3 questions. Question 1 is, I'm not clear on the disposition of the football field in the back of the middle school. Question 2 is, I'm not clear on the soccer field now at Newhall Park. It was mentioned, but if you can clarify that. And question 3 is, for how many years is the debt service in the proposal?
Thank you, sir. And through the chair to Mr. Bork, and I believe, would you care to have Mr. Gustus respond to the debt service?
He can. I'll go first.
We'll see how you do in the first 2 questions.
What were they? The soccer field at Newhall Park is no longer. It's been converted to a baseball field. That used to be one big open area that was played on. We converted that in 1996 in a need for baseball fields with the assistance of the Newhall family. That was converted to a baseball park. We've since added another small baseball diamond behind it, so there is no full-sided play at that field any longer. Well, the football stadium at the middle school, a group of us are going to raise $2 million privately to convert that stadium. We'll drop the bleachers. It will become another playing field with a new track. And we expect that that will probably happen in about 1.5 to 2 years. We need to get this field project out of the way before we can start construction and pull that field out of service. But I'm pretty confident. We have some commitments already to money, and we're pretty confident that we'll be able to raise that money and do it rather expeditiously. So the football field, the bleachers will have to come down there in a state of disrepair. We're surprised they have been condemned already. And I'll go to the budget question.
And Mr. Gustus on the debt service?
The maturities will be different for the different components. For the fields and the other fields, they're considered recreational facilities. Under the statute, you can borrow for only 15 years. So that would be 15-year debt. On the building, which is the amenities building, that is a 20-year bond. It's broken down into the 3 pieces as I explained earlier. The fields with the alternates of $3,399,000 will go out this July for 15 years. The building will go out this July for 20 years, and then the other fields will go out next June for 15 years. And it's all level debt. Once it's fully loaded into the tax rate, it stays the same for the life of the debt. So most of it will mature in 15 years, and then there'll be the last 5 years on the building after the fields are paid off.
Thank you, Mr. Gustus. They're recognizing a woman. I'm sorry.
Second.
I'll entertain a motion. Now, I've identified a speaker. There's a question on the floor. This person raised their hand patiently.
Hi, I'm Linda Newhall Newton. My family's been in town since the inception of Linfield was incorporated. The question being that I have is that in 1902, the town took the land by eminent domain and named it Suntog Park. In 1957, the town voted to dedicate the park to my uncle, Donald F. Newhall, for his service to the town, to the community, and to the country. He was the parks commissioner. The park was dedicated with a ball field and tennis courts. They were the passions of my uncle, my grandfather, my great-grandfather. There are residents that still reside in town now that can recollect being taught how to play tennis down at Newhall Park. To see on the budget that the high school tennis courts are going to be resurfaced yet again, and then have pictures on the screen showing how dilapidated the tennis courts are at Newhall Park. It's a beautiful park. It's not just a Little League field. It's a park that's to be used by all residents of town. My question is not just the saving of the tennis courts. It is the preservation of what we call our family parks for recreation. What I've heard tonight is that almost all of the renovations to be done are to be done for organized sports. It is not for the recreation of the entire community. It is for the sports teams. If I wanted to go down to Linfield, into Newhall Park and play ball, I'm asked to leave because it is the property and it is overseen by Linfield Little League. I am not a member of Linfield Little League. I do have grandchildren that I would like to be able to toss the ball on the field, but I'm told that the gate is locked and it is only for Little League services. To remove the tennis courts for more ample parking for Linfield Little League, the Valley High parking lot has always been availed for the residents. To ask the police chief to have one side of Moulton Drive be open for parking during the daytime during those games does not seem to be that difficult to me. Parking on Loxley Road, parking on Lake Street. The park was built in one of the best neighborhoods that there was in town at the time. It sits on the most beautiful lake that we have. We cannot utilize the lake because of a lease that we have with the city of Peabody for it to be a reserve water supply. There is no boating, there is no swimming, there is no fishing. All we can do is enjoy the breeze and the view. If there is anybody that would say that waterfront property does not have a higher value in town, I would beg to differ. Pillings Pond is now considered to have water views, and they have million-dollar properties on what was just a place for someone to be able to have ice and sell their business in the winter and during the summer months. I'm asking that the reconsideration of monies to replace the tennis courts, where they are only 2 of 3 that are on public land, as opposed to school property, be allowed to be maintained and upkept. The gift of $65,000 was given after that amount was told to my family would be the necessary funds to bring the entire park up to where it should be. In 1999, my family was thanked for it being restored and being called the most beautiful park in town. As a Newhall and as a resident of town, I would appreciate that this park also continue to be maintained as the most beautiful park in town. Thank you.
Thank you for those sentiments. I appreciate your comments. I believe there was a motion shouted out. I did not hear it. Yes, sir.
I'm Jeff DiTullio, Summer Street, and my concern that I want to share with you very quickly is not financial, although I certainly have some. There probably isn't anybody in here who doesn't. There's no question that we need to address the problems with our fields and the other facilities in town. I don't think anybody could deny that. The problem that I have in looking at this plan is that it appears that there's an awful lot of plastic going down at the high school. It just appears to me that there's way too much of it. In fact, I can't find a blade of grass anywhere on that plan. It's all plastic, all the way around the back, and there's black asphalt all the way to the front. I would suggest that the committee consider fields 1, 2, and 3, and then going back to their original plan of leaving the baseball field and the softball field as grass fields. I think there needs to be some natural surfaces out there.
Thank you, sir. And that's a comment and recommendation that you're more than welcome to bring to the committee. The question before the town meeting tonight is on the appropriation and even moving forward. I'm sure the Recreation Committee would appreciate that input at their meetings. Is there another, there was another motion, another question? I heard a motion to, I'm not sure if the motion that was shouted out.
Vote. Motion to vote.
So is someone moving the question? Thank you. Someone has moved the question. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. It is a majority vote, and I'm going to call for it one more time. My sense is that the majority was to move the question. Again, I'll call for it, and if it's not clear, just moving the questions is a majority. If those in favor of moving the question and ending the debate, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Ayes have it, 'tis a vote. If you'd like, I could have the motion read again, or I can simply call for vote.
Call for vote.
Those in favor of warrant Article 5 signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. It requires a 2/3 vote, I do believe. So I'm going to ask that those in favor stand and have your cards ready. The tellers have been pre-selected. Yes, just a moment, please. A point of order. Mrs. Campbell.
It's customary that we know how many people are present and voting, qualified to vote. And I don't think that was told to us. We have people in another room. We don't know how many people are here. So I think the town clerk could probably give you that information.
And I'll call upon the town clerk. Mrs. Campbell, we know we have a quorum. We don't know the exact numbers. We will have an exact number when the vote is taken. And I believe that it is our requirement simply to maintain a quorum, which I do believe we have. So, again, those in favor of warrant Article 5, raise your cards, tellers, do your job.
Let's see how many football players are there. Not many. We're going to head out. Thank you.
If everyone could please just state where you are so that we can get an accurate count. Thank you. Okay, we have the tellers just for those in favor. Did you, Mr. Teller, did you get the people in the center aisle? If you would kindly get the center aisle, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. 134, sir? 83, Mr. Mayor? 202. And Mr. McKendrick, I assume you have the cafeteria account for us? Those in favor?
Yes, we do. It's 132.
132. Those opposed? And it's just as easy to stay seated. I'm sorry, just raise your hands. Thank you. Have the tellers computed the votes? The count, yes. 11 votes? 10? 17? Mr. McKendrick?
2.
And 2 from the cafeteria. We have 551 yeas, 40 nays. Once we hit 390 based on our voting census, the motion would carry, and in fact, the motion does carry. Mr. Bork.
Mr. Moderator, having voted on the prevailing side, I'd move for reconsideration in the hopes that it will fail.
Is there a second?
Second.
Understand, this motion is to end this article, so it cannot be reconsidered. So we're hoping this motion fails. Those in favor of reconsideration signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it as a vote. The motion is defeated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to warrant Article 6, I'd ask for the town meeting to stay intact to the best of your ability. Some very important items coming up. Finance Committee has some information. Thank you.
Folks, we have a lot of important business to still do. If you can stay here, please do. Become involved in your community. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks to Richard O'Neill for doing a great job moderating.
How's it going? Hey, it passed.
Mr. McKendrick, there are plenty of seats now in the hall over here. If there's people there that want to stay for town meeting and you want to have them come over to this meeting room, it'll be much easier to handle it.
I'm gonna bring a cooler. Nice.
Is it a point of order, ma'am? Where are my microphone runners? Can you bring a microphone over to this woman, please?
How you doing? Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lauren George, and I live at 2 Kennison Road. And to address Article 18, while there's still a quorum present, I would like to request that the article be moved up.
been moved and seconded to move Article 18 and take it out of order. That's going to require a 4/5 vote to do this. So, let's get to Article 18. Article 18 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Trustees of the Linfield Public Library to proceed with a feasibility study. The lady has asked that this be taken out of order. It's been seconded. So it's been moved and seconded to take Article 18 out of order. Is there any further discussion? Mary, you made the motion. Would you like to discuss this?
I just wanted to comment that the Linfield Public Library has applied for a state grant, and if it is not approved at this meeting, then the money, even if it were to be awarded to the Linfield Public Library, could not be utilized. So it's a $25,000 grant. It needs to be addressed tonight. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to take this out of order? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of taking Article 18 out of order signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll take Article 18. Article 18, see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Trustees of the Linfield Public Library to proceed with a feasibility study as part of the planning and design grant application submitted to the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners on January 14, 2014, to examine the options for expanding and renovating its current library building or building a new facility, and to ratify the filing of said application and to authorize the trustees of the Linfield Public Library to apply for, accept, and expend any state grants which may be available for a feasibility study for the current and future needs of the Linfield Public Library, or what action it will take thereon. Mr. Calamari.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Robert Calamari. I live at 5 Sylvan Circle, and I'm the chairman of the board of both the library. Sorry. So we're here tonight seeking 3 things. 1, we'd like ratification of a planning and design grant application that we submitted in January to the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners. 2, we would like authorization from town meeting to accept this grant and state funds if they are awarded to us. 3, we'd like the authorization to use these funds, if awarded, to conduct a feasibility study for the current and future needs of the library per the grant requirements of the MBLC. So let me just give a couple of details about what we're seeking tonight. First of all is the question of what the feasibility study will include. It will include, first of all, an engineering analysis of the current building to determine if renovation and/or expansion are viable options. Secondly, will be an engineering analysis of alternative sites for new construction, including a topographical survey and a geotechnical report. Thirdly, we'll get a preliminary schematic design of a new or renovated facility. And fourthly, we'll get an independent cost estimate. What will this study cost? Just to correct something in the prior motion. We estimate the total cost of the study at $75,000. The amount of the grant would be $50,000, and we would contribute $25,000 out of existing library funds to complete the study. A few details about the program. MBLC's Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program provides 2 different grant programs for towns wishing to improve their libraries. The program is funded by state bond issuance. The most recent bond issuance to fund this program occurred 2 years ago and will run until all the funds are expended. We are attempting to take part in Program 1, the planning and design phase, for our $75,000 estimated study. So again, the state would provide $50,000, we would contribute $25,000, and we have funds in our existing accounts to cover this match requirement. If awarded, the town has 2 years to spend the money that would be awarded. 35 towns across the Commonwealth have applied. Approximately 25 towns will be awarded these grants. We like our chances. However, if town meeting does not approve this warrant this evening, we will not be awarded this grant. And the awards will be announced in mid-June. The second program, which I won't go into tonight, is the traditional construction program, which many of you are familiar with, where construction funds for up to 50% of approved projects will be awarded. These grant programs are not conditional upon one another. Awarding of a planning and design grant does not obligate a town to apply for a construction grant or proceed with a construction program. We want to see where this grant will take us and make a determination as to the future of the library. A little bit more background on the library itself. Our building is in tough shape and it's inadequate to meet the future needs of the town. The libraries have been engaged in the process of planning for the future facility needs for well over 20 years, since the last modest renovation in 1991. The town's most recent master plan put library modernization and expansion as the top priority. Plans for library renovations have moved in fits and starts, with many stumbling blocks over the years. In 2011, the library completed a long-range plan in conjunction with the MBLC. Part of that plan included a town-wide survey, and we had a very high response rate. Respondents were very clear that the current library facility was not adequate to meet the town's long-term needs, including lack of meeting space, inadequate study spaces, and space limitations for programs. Planning and executing the future library needs is a long lead time process. Availability of state funds to support this in conjunction with the formation of the Capital Facilities Advisory Committee to assess all town department facility needs would make the timing of this grant especially advantageous for Linfield. Discussions with the CFAC so far reflect enthusiasm for pursuit of this grant to support our planning efforts. In 2007, the library was awarded a gift of $100,000 for expansion purposes from the Tennessee Pipeline Authority. This is the source of the $25,000 we would contribute to this study. Those are the facts. This grant is a fantastic opportunity for Linfield to plan for the future of its library with money from the state. We have a good chance of receiving this grant if approved this evening. The grant does not obligate the town to proceed past the planning and design feasibility stage. The feasibility study itself will require no incremental taxpayer investment. Furthermore, the output of the study will provide an invaluable input to the CFAC as it formulates plans for all town departments. This is a great low-risk opportunity for Linfield, and we should not let it pass. Thank you.
Mr. Calamari, can you make a motion? Please, I don't think you moved it at the beginning. I have the motion if you'd like to read from this book.
Okay, I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Trustees of the Linfield Public Library to proceed with a feasibility study as part of the planning and design grant application submitted to the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners on January 14, 2014, to examine the options for expanding and renovating its current library building or building a new facility, and to ratify the filing of said application, and to authorize the trustees of the Linfield Public Library to apply for, accept, and expend any state grants which may be available for a feasibility study for the current and future needs of the Linfield Public Library.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to authorize the Board of Trustees of the Linfield Public Library to proceed with a feasibility study as part of the planning and design grant application submitted to the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners on January 14, 2014, to examine the options for expanding and renovating its current library building or building a new facility, and to ratify the filing of said application, and to authorize the trustees of the Linfield Public Library to apply for, accept, and expend any state grants which may be available for a feasibility study for the current and future needs of the Linfield Public Library. Is there any discussion? Yes, ma'am. Michelle? Microphone down to the front, please.
Thank you. My name is Katie Shea, 7 Daventry Court. The only question I have is, if we did construct a new library, where would the potential site be?
Somebody wants to answer that question? Mr. Augustus.
site has been determined at this time. Part of the work of the Capital Facilities Advisory Committee is to examine all possible sites, all possible projects, and make recommendations to the Board of Selectmen on where, first of all, what facilities we really need, and second of all, where are we going to put those facilities? They began their work last fall. We don't expect them to be complete with that work for probably another 12 to 15 months. So the short answer to the question is right now, it's under study.
Any further questions? Up in the top, up back, yes, ma'am.
Lee Frucci, 64 Billings Pond Road. So if we approve this tonight and we don't get the grant, what happens?
Mr. Calamari? Leader, mic over here, please. Mr. Kurt, are you in the hall? Can we just, the mic attendant, sir.
Can you hear me? Pursuant to the Tennessee Pipeline Authority grant that I discussed a few minutes ago in the amount of $100,000 that we received back in 2007 explicitly for this purpose, we would have enough money to privately fund through existing library funds the study, should we need to do that. However, we are hopeful and optimistic and feel pretty good about our chances to get this grant and to be able to preserve some of that cash for use toward whatever expansion or renovation or new construction might come up down the road.
Any further discussion on the article? Yes, sir, in the front row of the back center.
Hi, my name is Jim Fox from Parks Lane. The way I understand this is a win-win situation. It's not going to cost the town a cent. We're going to get a study done to determine the feasibility of staying where the library is, improving it on its own site or a future site. It's a no-brainer, an absolute no-brainer. It's not going to cost you a dime, and we're going to get to find out how to best work with our library. Move the question.
I'm sorry, you can't move the question after speaking to the question, sir. Is there any other discussion? Yes, sir. Is there a second to that? It's been moved and seconded to move the question to end debate. All those in favor of ending debate on Article 18 and proceeding to a vote signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll move to the question. All of those in favor of Article 18 to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Trustees of the Lynnfield Public Library to proceed with a feasibility study. All those in favor of that article signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The article carries. Going back to Article 6, please. Mr. Faria.
Mr. Moderator, I move to postpone Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 until consideration of Article 16. As reason for that, if we don't vote on Article 16, we could have medical marijuana facilities anywhere in town. The consideration of that should be taken up pretty quickly in order to avoid that potential problem. I have moved to postpone consideration of Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 until after consideration of Article 16. Article 16 deals with the moratorium on medical marijuana facilities. If that is not considered at this point in time, and we lose our quorum, we could end up with a medical marijuana facility anywhere in town, in any neighborhood in town. I think that's something that should be avoided.
So, Mr. Faria, you're effectively taking the article out of order. Article 16 is going to require, I realize what you're trying to do here, to postpone it rather than take it out of order, but you're effectively taking Article you're asking to take Article 16 out of order, which requires a 4/5 vote.
I have done it by postponing Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we are considering Articles 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, which would require a majority vote, in my opinion, but it's up to the board.
I think you're asking to take 16 out of order. I think we're going to take it as a postponement and see if we can get a 4/5 vote, if that's what you'd like to do. Was there a second on this motion? Mr. Farrier is asking that we take Article 16 out of order, just as we did with Article 18. It's been moved and seconded to take it out of order. This again requires a 4/5 vote. If it's, we're going to put it to a vote to see what the meeting would like to do. So, is there any further discussion on taking it out of order? Hearing, yes, sir.
Jason Gagliano, Yorkshire Drive. I appreciate the importance of that article, but we also have a budget to pass here that's just as important in my mind. All of these articles are important, and I can understand everyone has specific feelings towards all these different articles. But to keep quorum, I think if we just keep it in order, we can get through all this quicker than jumping up and down. It's my personal opinion.
Any further discussion on taking Article 16 out of order? If hearing none, let's move to a vote. Requires a 4/5 vote. Let's see what we can do. All those in favor of taking Article 16 out of order signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. All right. Well, I can't determine from that. We're going to have to go to a hand count. So let me try it one more time, see if we can get a vote. The only thing that will work is if it's unanimous, and I'm sure there'll be some that will be opposed. So all those in favor of taking Article 16 out of order signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Got to go to a hand count. Tellers, all those in favor of taking 16 out of order?
Mr. Moderator, I'll withdraw the motion.
Mr. Farrier?
I will withdraw the motion, Mr. Moderator.
You withdraw the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Farrier. Ladies and gentlemen, proceeding to Article 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate transfer from available funds or otherwise a sum of money for the necessary town charges and expenses or what action it will take thereon. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $45,441,211 for the necessary town charges and expenses as presented by the Board of Selectmen and as shown in the Finance Committee report on page 6 thereof. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $45,441,211 for the necessary town charges and expenses as presented by the Board of Selectmen and as shown in the Finance Committee report on page 6 thereof. So folks, if you've got your green book and that you received on the way in, we're going to go through the book line item by group of line items by group of line items. So the way we proceed on these is I will call out a group of numbers, line items 1 through 8, for instance. And if there is anyone who would like to have discussion on those line items, they should have it at that time. We will not be going back. So if you want to have discussion and it influences one of those, the line items that's in question, that is the time to have the discussion. We'll move through the budget in groups like this, have the discussion at the appropriate time. Once we finish that section, we'll move on to the next section. So,
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Curry, can you have them kill the house light in the front so folks can see?
Can you, yeah, it's right there, Bob. You can hit that brown switch right there.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Should have brought my flashlight.
You better off reading your books for later.
Line items 1 through 8, general government. items 1 through 14, general government. Line items 15 through 28 in the general government or Division of Finance Operations. Line items 29 through 36. Lines 37 through 47. Please stand. Mrs. Campbell.
Really simple. Please notice the bottom line on total government, 5.83% increase.
Any further discussion? Line items 48 through 60, public safety. Line items 61 through 67 on the public safety. Currently on page 13, line items 68 through 89, Public Works. Mr. LaCourse.
All right, I'll wait till you get my motion.
Mr. LaCourse, I would ask you to make the motion first and then have your discussion.
Thank you, sir. My name is Harry LaCourse, 28 Package Lane. I move that we revise the recommended total public works administration budget.
Speak up.
I move that we revise the recommended total public works administration budget from $653,454 to $693,454, an increase of $40,000. Such amount to be inserted as line item 71A, designated as consultant, and that we revise the recommended total public works budget from $6,161,611 to $6,201,611. I respectfully ask for a second of my motion.
It's been moved and seconded to revise the recommended total public works administration budget from $653,454 to $693,454, an increase of $40,000. Such amount to be inserted as line item 71A, designated as consulting, and we revise the recommended total public works budget from $6,161,611 to $6,161,611 to $6,201,611.
That's correct, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. LaCourse.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as most all of you know, Dennis Roy, our DPW director for the last 13 years, will be retiring on June 30th. In the meantime, I'm sure that our Board of Selectmen and our town administrator will be seeking a qualified and experienced replacement. Let me begin by saying I am not a candidate for this position. However, with my previous 6 years of experience as a selectman liaison overseeing the DPW department, besides being the former owner of a maintenance and custodial company servicing schools, professional buildings, and retail establishments, I feel I'm well qualified to discuss the DPW department. And I wish to say that, in my opinion, this is an ideal time to consider the appointment of an outside professional consulting company to do a thorough review of the needs of the DPW areas of responsibility, which, as you can see by your warrant article, if you look at your warrant article, that page, those items are numerous and labor intensive. The total labor cost per the Finance Committee and the Town Administrator for the listed departments, plus the school buildings, amounts to $2,250,000 tops. This review should encompass the entire DPW staff, both union and non-union, to evaluate their work assignments, their qualifications, and performance measurements. Based on my experience, I'm of the firm opinion that the annual savings to be realized by this study will be substantial, and the annual dividends will be far greater than the upfront consulting fee. In addition, this study will provide the new DPW director with a benchmark of the service areas while he or she tries to handle the day-to-day responsibilities of this position. I will presuppose that this motion will meet with some resistance from some of our town officials, and that this study will not be necessary, that the new director can assume this responsibility, or that our cash position is so tight. However, with a $47 million budget, I feel confident that our town administrator will be able to cover $40,000 addition in his over and under transfer offsets. Ladies and gentlemen, this important study is something we cannot afford not to do. A professional independent review of this DPW department is long overdue. If this motion is passed, I would ask that our Board of Selectmen implement this study as quickly as possible to assist the new director. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. LaCourse. Any other comments on Mr. LaCourse's motion? Hearing none. I'm sorry, Mrs. Campbell. How could I miss you?
In the dark, because seeing this may come as a surprise, but I am in support of this motion. We're getting a new DPW director. The increase in this budget, if you look at the school maintenance and buses line, represents a 6.27% increase. The increase in the bottom line of the DPW is 5.68. The total number that's spent on the DPW is the second largest budget in town. And I think this is $40,000 is a drop in the bucket for this town and for this budget. And I think it's a good time to get a consulting firm to take a look and see where efficiencies might be applied, especially when we're adding fields and possibly a rail trail. And the Capitol Facilities is planning on a new police and fire. They're looking into all of that. New library is being considered. I think it's a good time to take a look. Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. Any other discussion? Way up in the back.
Lisa Shannon, 3 Moran Road. Just a quick question, where did the $40,000 number come from?
Mr. LaCourse, you can't answer that?
Discussion with a number of people familiar with building, my own experience in consulting, and it's representative of what we feel would be a fair amount of study. It probably would take a professional maybe several weeks to do. It's certainly, it should be more than adequate to cover the professional work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. LaCourse. Any further questions? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote on the motion. Mr. Dahlstedt?
Where are we, what does the motion identify as where the 40,000 is coming from?
Line item, where is it coming from?
Yeah.
It doesn't.
So that needs to be part of the motion. So if you add $40,000 to this line and we pass the overall budget, we have a deficit. That's what we're saying. I'm just bringing to your attention that if we add $40,000 to a budget where right now the surplus is zero, that you end up with a deficit. I'm not against what you're saying, Mr. LaCourse. I'm just suggesting that it needs to come from somewhere. This is the first time I'm talking about it, so I don't have any ideas. We didn't discuss any funding, Mr. LaCourse, so I think your idea is a good idea. I'm simply asking right now, where does the 40,000 come from? That's all. Just trying to answer that question. Then that should be part of the motion.
If that's acceptable to the moderator, I will add that.
I'll allow you to amend the motion if there's a second to it, Mr. LaCourse, if you'd like to amend.
Respectfully seek a second. Thank you. I amend the motion to include that it come from free cash.
So Mr. LaCourse has amended his motion. It's been seconded to take the $40,000 from free cash. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Gustis.
Just want to advise town meeting that we have roughly $939,000 in free cash. We're spending $629,000 of that on our capital plan, and there are two separate articles later on in the warrant. One which would send $150,000 to our stabilization fund, and another $150,000 to our capital facilities maintenance fund. That's to assist in rebuilding our reserves, but in such a way on a programmatic basis, since we have already just taken $2.5 million out of our reserves to fund the Fields project. We're trying to now rebuild our reserves later on in the budget. That means that through the plan that's been laid before you tonight, we've consumed $929,000 in free cash, leaving a balance of 10, not 40.
Any further comments from the public?
Rather than appropriating $40,000 out of a fund that we've labeled as free cash, I would suggest that the Board of Selectmen appoint a committee to go through and see what is being addressed through the DPW correctly, what is being put on a list that never gets taken care of, and if there are things within that part of the town government that can be changed, or whether we are truly working with everything that we have within that DPW.
Any further discussion? Mr. LaCourse.
I was trying to follow up Mr. Gustis's listing of funding. And are you trying to say to me, Mr. Gustis, that we don't have $40,000 in total budget free cash? Or that it could be utilized by putting something less into the stabilization fund? I'm not quite sure what you're trying to tell us.
I'm trying to tell you that the selectmen's budget and the articles before town meeting would consume almost all of the free cash available. Certainly town meeting can change and spend money for other purposes, but there will have to be a corresponding decrease in some other appropriation area in order to make up for that.
So obviously what you're saying is you have some flexibility.
No, town meeting has some flexibility.
Well, there'll be flexibility available to us, won't there?
Well, there is.
Well, that's what I'm trying
Decide
to get,
not to
that's what I'm
spend money
trying
on
to
other
admit.
items that the selectmen will ask you to spend money on as the meeting goes forward.
So maybe we don't put 150,000 in stabilization, maybe we put 110, correct?
That is entirely possible.
Well, that's a possibility, then I'm not going to change my motion.
Okay?
Okay?
Thank you, Mr. LaCourse. Mrs. Campbell.
I don't know if this will help, but I'd like to offer a friendly amendment and see if Mr. LaCourse would accept it. I think that $40,000 can be found in the budget as it exists now to fund consulting fees. So let's discuss whether we can take it out of the existing budget.
Mrs. Randall.
Kathy Randall, 55 Carter Road. I don't think this is the appropriate, can you hear me? I don't think this is the appropriate time to go through the budget that has been already set by the selectmen and the finance committee to come up with the $40,000. I think we should look at this and maybe revisit it at October town meeting when we have a better handle on what funds we have and what we really need to do for DPW.
Is there any other discussion on the amendment? Ms. LaCourse, you've been recognized already. Please have a seat. Mrs. Ingles.
Kendall Ingles, 23 Huckleberry Road. I agree with Kathy Randall. I personally think that it's not a good time to be hiring consultants when we're going to be looking for a replacement for Dennis Roy, who's a very capable man, exiting out and give us some great advice on the way out. And the new people applying, trying to replace him, which is going to be hard, but they will. They will have a lot of great ideas too, and to hire to put money aside just to meddle in that pot, I think, and take away from the Board of Selectmen, they're the ones that are going to be determining, they're the ones we voted for, and they're the ones who will be determining really how that DPW money is spent. So I think, waiting until October is a better alternate. And I think going forward with the town meeting as it was laid out is the right thing to do.
Any further discussion? Up the back, sir.
8 Denver Final Road, all the questions.
We moved and seconded to move to a vote. We're going to vote on that motion first. So all those in favor of proceeding to a vote in any debate on this question signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll proceed to a vote. Mr. LaCourse's motion is to revise the recommended total Public Works Administration budget from $653,454 to $693,454 by taking $40,000 from free cash and inserting it in the line item 71A, designated as consulting, and revise the recommended total Public Works budget from $6,161,611 to $6,201,611. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The motion fails. Are there any further questions on line items 68 to 89? Hearing none, are there any questions on line items 90 through 96, Veterans and Human Services and Veteran Services? Line items 97 to 103, Culture and Recreation. We'll take the educational operating budget as a whole, line items 104 through 105, the education budget. Any questions? In the back, in the middle, sir. Please wait for a microphone. Thousands of people who want to hear you.
Hi, Rob Halsey, Bishop's Lane. Just a question of clarification. Line 105, there's no description of that. I see it went up 65%. Just curious what that is. It's the 4898 for tuition to non-public schools.
Yep, that,
Mr. Guston.
that involves the North Shore Vocational Technical High School together with the Essex Agricultural School. Those two schools merged. Last year, our appropriation was roughly $300,000. It's going to over $500,000 next year. We have 18 students in that school, and the district school committee votes a budget, and we are assessed these costs. We have no choice on this matter. They have to be approved.
Any further questions? Mr. Dahlstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. One point of clarification, in the book that you have in front of you, you see that there was noted a difference between the budget recommended by the Board of Selectmen and that of the Finance Committee. Since publication of the book, there has been further details provided to us related to the athletic director position at the school, as well as the financing for that position. And the Finance Committee has subsequently, under reconsideration, voted a budget that is consistent with that of the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Mr. Dahlstedt. Any further discussion on the educational budget? Up in the back, sir.
Charlie White, Chatham Way. As we were talking about the fields, we took some monies that the selectmen had access to that had not been spent, that had previously been authorized, and used those to help pay that down, about $2.5 million. My question is, what are the funds that have not been spent that are in the control of the school department that could be used to offset this budget? Thank you.
Somebody from the school committee want to answer that question? Mr. Gustus?
The school budget acts as a departmental budget. The reserves that we used to pay down the Fields project were town reserves. But every year, the school budget closes to the bottom line. If they don't spend their entire budget, then it goes to free cash. There are several revolving funds in the school department which do carry over from year to year. The balances are not significant, but all in all, each and every dollar that's appropriated by the town for the school department, 99.5% of those funds are spent every year. So there are no large reserve funds available within the school budget, as there wouldn't be in any other departmental budget. The sale of real estate account, which was money was appropriated out of, together with the stabilization fund and the capital facilities fund, which money will be appropriated into later in this meeting. Those are funds maintained by the town, not by any individual department.
Thank you, Mr. Gustus. Mrs. Campbell.
This is a question on the backup data, on the Linfield school system data. We have projected at the bottom of the page for 2014, 2015, an increase of 21 pupils. When I attended one of the FinCom meetings, the statement was made that in the last 7 or 8 years, the number of pupils has been going down. So how come the projected figure is higher And every year, it seems they project a higher figure, and yet we have a lower figure each year.
Somebody from the schools room, Dr. Jefferson?
Thank you, Mrs. Campbell. We base the projections that we provide on the students currently in the system. We matriculate them forward to make our projections for the following year. Probably the hardest area to do that is the number of students going into the high school, because many times students in the 8th grade will choose to go to a private high school. So that number goes up and down, but these are our best guess, good faith estimates, and they seem to be fairly accurate for next year.
Any further questions? Yes, sir, down front.
Bob Miller, 21 Fernway. The number of students is certainly going up, but the amount of expense is going up much, much faster, which to me implies that the simple math that the cost per student is going up. And what I'm curious is that in this last fiscal year in the planning cycle, what specific productivity measures have been taken on by the schools in order to contain or reduce the cost per student?
Dr. Jefferson.
Thank you. That's a great question. It's one that occupies much of our work for the year. And with respect to productivity measures, we learned today that Linfield High School received a ranking from U.S. News and World Report as one of the 22 gold ribbon schools in the state of Massachusetts based on their student performance measurements. I've said many times that the Linfield Public Schools provide a tremendous value to the community. We do that with a per-pupil expenditure that is several $1,000s below the state average. So we continue to do that. We look each year at how we can best use the dollars we have, and we spend each of them carefully, which is why we're able to have really such a fine product at such a reduced cost. So I think that's a credit to the fine staff that we have, to the school committee, and to the work that the administrators do to make sure that happens. So it continues to be a wonderful value. Our standardized measurements are doing very well. Our MCAS performance has been strong. We've seen a great increase in grade 5. We're seeing an increase in our SAT scores in the high school. So by all measures, we're doing very well. Thank you.
Did that answer your question, sir?
With respect, that did not answer the question. I do appreciate that the school system is performing very well. I'm curious if there was any specific productivity improvement program or initiatives that were any specific productivity initiatives that were being undertaken in this last year so that we can ultimately maintain high quality but address the increasing cost of education per student?
Let me talk about an area that's had a tremendous amount of fluctuation in the last couple of years. If you look at special education out of district, tuition, contracted services, and transportation, and that's in the top section, they're not numbered. And you go back to FY13, you'll see that the totals there are just about $1 million with those two lines combined. If we move forward those same lines to the proposed budget for FY15, we'll see figures of $422,000 and $145,000 respectively. So the decrease in those two areas really exceeds $400,000. That's been through concerted effort from the special education department, working very closely with the community and with the staff to take a look at how could we provide programs internally that would allow us to bring students back to district. A real win-win scenario, because in many cases we've been able to say to families, your son or daughter who previously needed to go out of district now attend schools with their siblings in the least restrictive environment. So that's been an area where we've put a tremendous amount of energy in the last couple of years to expand the services internally so that we could reduce the costly services of having students go out of district.
That said, if we don't have a program that meets the students' needs, we're glad to provide the out-of-district services for them. But our first choice and our first goal is always to do that internally.
Any further questions on the educational budget? If not, we'll move on to line items 106 to 118. Brings us to a total operating budget of $45,441,211. Under the article, we'll proceed to a vote. Mrs. Campbell.
I am opposed to this budget because it factors in a 2.5% increase in the levy, as it does every single year. They take advantage of you, they assume you're gonna vote every year for a 2.5% increase in the budget. And then they look at it and said, boy, a pool of money, and it's your money. And I oppose that. It is not a requirement of the state, as one of our town officials really stated in public. It is not a requirement of the state. They just do it and increase the budget by 2.5% plus all the new growth. And that's why I am opposed to the budget.
We'll proceed to a vote on Article 6. To raise and appropriate and transfer from available funds the sum of $45,441,211 for the necessary town charges and expenses as presented by the Board of Selectmen and shown in the Finance Committee report on page 6 thereof. All those in favor of the article signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 7. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate by transfer from available funds or by borrowing or from any or all such sources, sums of money for the purchase of various equipment and items in the nature of capital expenditure, and to give authority to credit the value of the various old equipment to be turned in toward the purchase price of said items. Said sums of money to be expended under the direction of the various town boards, committees, or officers, or what action will take thereon. Mr. Terranova.
I move that the town vote to appropriate from free cash the sum of $629,750 for the purchase of various equipment and items in the nature of capital expenditures as shown in the Finance Committee report on page 21 thereof, and to give authority to credit the value of the various old equipment to be returned in toward the purchase price of said items. Said sums of money to be expended under the direction of various town boards and committees.
Been moved and seconded to appropriate from free cash. I'm sorry, it's been moved and seconded to appropriate from free cash the sum of $629,750 for the purchase of various equipment and items in the nature of capital expenditures as shown in the Finance Committee report on page 21 thereof, and to give authority to credit the value of the various old equipment to be turned in toward the purchase price of said items, said sums of money to be expended under the direction of various town boards and committees. Is there any discussion? Is there a recommendation from the Finance Committee?
Mr. Moderator, the Finance Committee recommends Article 7. In addition, would inform town meeting that in our review of capital expenditures, much in line with our subcommittee that handles DPW, that in the future, we believe that there will be some capital expenditures to look at related to the Department of Public Works, and that will be something that we'll be taking up next year.
Any further discussion on the capital budget? Down here.
Can I just inquire as to what the improvements are to Killings Pond? And what is a gas boy system?
Mr. Guston.
The improvements, excuse me, the improvements of Billings Pond is an appropriation that we've been making every year for the past 7 or 8 years now. And it involves addressing water quality issues within the pond. Every year we pick off a few projects to kill invasive weeds and to address the issues of algae, blue-green algae in the pond, together with erosion controls and trying to plant vegetation around the edge of the pond to keep the nutrients out of it. That's an ongoing effort. It's very difficult to bring a large body of water back to clarity, but it's much better than it was 7 or 8 years ago. The gas buoy system is the dispensing system for our gasoline. It's old, it needs to be replaced. The issue together with it's a security issue. The new system will allow us to keep track of how much fuel we dispense and things of that nature.
Any further questions on the capital budget? In the backs, in the middle, sir.
Rob Halsey, Bishop's Lane. Just a quick question on the 250 for the technology for the school department. How's that 250 broken out between the 4 schools? And what's it for?
Joe Piazza, our technology director, puts together a 6-year plan where we typically look from year to year at upgrading the base equipment in any given school. So a lot of it will go to replace laptop computers that teachers use to develop plans on. We still have some wireless networking to complete at the elementary schools. Right now, the middle school and the high school are wireless throughout, but the elementary schools are not, so some of the money will be dedicated to that. So several other areas along those lines. We're now finding that many of the smart boards that we purchased 10, 12 years ago, many of which were through PTO, parent donations, and community generosity, are now in need of replacement, so we're looking to work some money into the budget for those as well. So it's primarily the computer systems annually for each school, the core network systems such as making everything wireless and periodically upgrading the routers and the system components, and the other replacement components for smart boards and other such things.
Thank you, Doctor. Any further questions on the capital budget? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. I'm sorry? Yes, ma'am.
Ginny Richard, Main Street. So my question on that is, all the other budgets compare year to year. We don't get to see that for this. So how much of an increase is this from last year for these? What was the technology budget last year? How many police cars did we buy last year? Is the police car replacing a police car? I feel like we've bought vehicles like that, like every year they're in the budget, but we don't really get to see that as a comparison.
Somebody want to answer that question from the board, or Mr. Gustus?
Give me a moment to pull up the last year's. I can answer the question regarding the police cars. You're absolutely right. Every year we buy police cars. We're on a rotation system. We have four patrol cars, I believe, and they're going virtually 24/7. And we buy one in 1 year, and 2 the next year, and 1 the next year, and 2 the year after that, because they After 2 years, they have in excess of 100,000 miles on them, and they're not easy miles. So police cruisers, I mean, they probably should be in the operating budget. We purchase them in the capital budget, but we need at least one of them every year. With respect to the other items, I can tell you what was in FY14. I believe that the FY14 capital budget was somewhere
626, 257.
right. It's very, very similar in the amount of money we spend on capital.
And to answer one other part of the question, the $250,000 technology spend is an annual commitment that we made, I think, about 5 years ago now. So to Dr. Jefferson's earlier point, the director of IT for the town and the schools has a plan. In looking at the plan, we established that $250,000 a year would give him the ability to maintain that plan. We were running into an issue where computers were going past their useful life and things of that nature. In general, the other, if we're looking right now at last year's in general, and I'm speaking from the perspective of preparation of the book, the capital investments are typically very different from year to year. So, you know, it's a good question. There are some that are consistent, like the police cruiser. We're just looking across some of these things. In the DPW, there's a few things that are very similar, but in general, the capital investments outside of technology and maybe the police cruiser are different year over year. But it's a good suggestion that we can consider putting 2 years worth of information in there.
Any further questions on the capital budget? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. On Article 7, to appropriate from free cash the sum of $629,750 for the purchase of various equipment and items in the nature of capital expenditures as shown in the Finance Committee report. All those in favor of the article signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 8, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or appropriate by transfer from available funds a sum of money for the town's stabilization fund or whatever it will take thereon. Mr. Nelson.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $150,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to vote to appropriate the sum of $150,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund. Folks, I would ask people to try to remain if you can. There's a lot of business left to do, some important stuff that remains later on the warrant, and if you can stay, we'd appreciate it greatly. So a recommendation from the Finance Committee and the Stabilization Fund.
Yes, the Finance Committee recommends Article 8.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the article? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of appropriating the sum of $150,000 from free cash to the stabilization fund signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. It's clear there's a majority. It's unanimous, I'm sorry. You know, I've only been doing this for a couple of years. I'll get it sooner or later. I'm a little thick. Yeah. Article 9, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or appropriate by transfer from available funds a sum of money for the town's capital facilities fund for what actually take thereon. Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $150,000 from free cash to the capital facilities maintenance fund.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to appropriate the sum of $150,000 from free cash to the capital facilities maintenance fund. Is there any discussion? Mr. Dahlstrom?
Yes, the Finance Committee recommends Article 9 and $150,000.
Any further discussion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $150,000 from free cash to the capital facilities maintenance fund. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Article 16. For those of you that are following along the book, we passed the others by consent. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to amend the town zoning bylaws, section 7.7, temporary moratorium on medical marijuana treatment centers under subsection 7.7.3, temporary moratorium by replacing the current date of June 30th, 2014 with the date of December 31st, 2014, or what action it will take thereon. Mr. Wills.
I move the town vote to amend this town zoning. What?
I move that the town vote to amend the town zoning bylaws, section 7.7, temporary moratorium on medical marijuana treatment centers under subsection 7.7.3, temporary moratorium by replacing the current date of June 30th, 2014 with the date of December 31st, 2014.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the town zoning bylaws, section 7.7, temporary moratorium on medical marijuana treatment centers under subsection 7.7.3, temporary moratorium by replacing the current date of June 30th, 2014 with the date of December 31st, 2014. Mr. Wills.
This is in case Article 17 doesn't pass, we hope it does, because it will provide medical marijuana. And if Article 17 doesn't pass, it will be needed so that it can be revisited in the fall. So we hope 17 passes, but if we don't pass it, they could put it anywhere, and there wouldn't be any control. So this is just a means of postponing it.
So, Mr. Wills, as I understand it, this is a moratorium that we already have in place. You're looking to continue it to a further date in the event that Article 17 doesn't pass.
That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. Any further discussion on this article? Yes, sir. Please wait for the microphone. Please stand. Identify yourself in the meeting. Thank you.
Matt Wertz, Forest Hill Ave. What is a medical marijuana treatment center? Is that someplace that dispenses medical marijuana? Is that where patients are treated with medical marijuana?
Mr. Farray.
The medical marijuana treatment centers are designated by Massachusetts law as places where medical marijuana can be grown or sold. That's how they're designated. There's an additional need for this Article 16, and that is, even if the town meeting does pass the subsequent Article 17, it still has to be approved by the Attorney General's office. If it is not approved by the Attorney General's office, once again, the town could be subject to having these placed anywhere in town. So this is a safeguard to make sure everything goes all right for the town. If something should go wrong, we will revisit the issue come October. Yes.
And what is the fear? Is the fear crime, or is the fear, what is the...
The concern is where they will be located. If this does not pass, and we have difficulties with Article 17 in the Attorney General's office, these medical marijuana facilities could be placed anywhere in town, next to your house, for example. And I don't think that's what people are looking for.
Any further discussion on this article? Up in the back? Go in the back center right there. Right in front of the projector. Turn it around. You. Yep, there you go.
Hi, thanks. Paul McNamara, Main Street. Is the town required to allow this to come into town?
The answer is yes.
Can we vote against it?
The answer is no. If you vote against what we have for zoning articles, the town would be subject to having these medical marijuana facilities placed anywhere within the town. The state has mandated that these exist. That's a simple fact. But the towns have the ability to dictate where they will exist. And that's going to be the subject of Article 17, which is going to place them in the commercial zone. And when we get to that, I'll address that particular issue.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I'm Peter Costas, 30 Old Town Road here in Linfield, and I just had a concern about the medical marijuana issue because I've read in the newspapers that Attorney General Martha Coakley, she's going to demand that no town will be allowed to basically outlaw a treatment center. So I'm wondering if we're just putting off the inevitable by trying to put a moratorium with Martha Coakley's stance. And I'm also concerned by the fact that, I believe it was Article 17, it states that you're going to need an entertainment license to get into this business. And I just think that seems inappropriate. I'm wondering about what's the reasoning behind that, because if it's a treatment center, what does that have anything to do with entertainment? And I'll just keep it brief. That's really what I want to know. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to entertain Article 17 when we get to Article 17, and I'd like to address that question then. The answer is no, I don't think there's an entertainment center issue involved here. But for the time being, what we're just simply trying to do is protect the town. The moratorium is extended until December 31st of this year, and only to protect the town in the event that the Attorney General does deny the town's bylaw, which can be done. If the Attorney General negates the town's bylaw or portions of it, the town has lost control over where these medical marijuana facilities will be placed. We are not trying to outlaw them. They are mandated by law. We are required to have them. The town of Linfield voted in the affirmative to have these allowed. Once the state allowed these by voter petition, now we are stuck with them. I say stuck, some people might consider them a positive. I see them as a bit of a negative if they are in your backyard. In order to avoid having them in the residential communities, we're adopting the safeguard first, which is Article 16, and then we will go on to Article 17, which deals with the issue of where they will be located within the town.
Before we, okay, we can move the question. Who's the maker of the motion, please? Motion to move the question? It's been seconded? So moved and seconded to move Article 16 to see if the town will amend the town zoning bylaws, section 7.7, temporary moratorium on medical marijuana treatment centers under subsection 7.7.3, temporary moratorium by replacing the current date of June 30th, 2014 with the date of December 31st, 2014. So this is on the motion to move the question. All those in favor of moving the question in any debate signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Let's move to the question. All those in favor of, that requires a 2/3 vote. So all those in favor of Article 16, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. All right, we're going to have to count this vote, so let me see if we can get a vote again. And if somebody says no, then we're going to count. So all those in favor of Article 16, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. All right, we're going to go to a hand count. Tellers. Everyone who's in favor of the article, please up. We don't know what the total is. All those in favor of the article, please put your cards up.
Good night.
Your yes vote, Mr. Maney? The yes vote in the middle? 55. Mr. Walsh?
61.
Those opposed, please raise your cards.
Okay, we will wave
Those opposed, put your cards up and hold. You no vote, Mr. Maney? 0. No vote in the center? 1. Mr. Walsh?
1.
1. (196-2). The ayes have it. Carries. Article 17. Go ahead, ma'am.
Lee Frucci, Billings Pond Road. It's been a long night and we have to stop at 11, is that correct?
No, we do not.
Okay. I was just wondering, since we've now changed the moratorium date on Article 16, if we can move to the rest of the articles and come back to 17 at the end, or move it to October. I don't know how to do that properly, so I'm asking for advice on how to ask that question right.
Well, the motion would be to postpone Article 16. I'm sorry, 17, to take it up again after Article 21.
Okay, I make a motion to postpone Article 17 till after Article 23.
Okay, is there a second to that? We moved in second to take up, to postpone Article 16. I'm sorry, to postpone Article 16. I have to flip the page here. It's been moved in second to postpone Article 17 to the end of the meeting. It's been moved and seconded. This requires a 4/5 vote. So first of all, is there any discussion on the motion, Mr. Faria?
That is not a very good idea. What would happen is, we have put the postponement on until December 31st. We cannot extend beyond that by reason of different rulings by the Attorney General. If we do not pass it tonight, and if we do not get a quorum in October, or cannot pass it, or have difficulties in October with the wording, or have difficulties after October with the Attorney General, then in that particular situation, you can easily find a medical marijuana facility placed anywhere in town. I think it's imperative to take care of this issue and take care of it immediately.
Any further discussion on postponing Article 17 to the end of the meeting?
Motion carried forward with the vote on Article 17. No discussion.
And we're going to move, we have to move first to vote on postponement of the article. So all those in favor of postponing the vote, postponing the discussion on Article 17 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. So it requires a 4/5. I'll need to do a hand count.
Motion to count the noes first.
We don't know what the total count is. There's no way to find it.
Yes, there is. There's 2 noes and there's 1 yes.
All those
Just have 2 votes.
Town council is informing me that I don't have to do the count, that I can declare a 4/5 vote, and I'm going to declare that vote 4/5. So the motion to postpone fails. Moving forward with Article 17, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaws by adding section 8.7 entitled medical marijuana. Mr. Faria.
I move that the town amend the zoning bylaws by adding section 8.7 entitled medical marijuana as set forth in the handout marked Article 17, medical marijuana.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the zoning bylaws in accordance with the handout that you've received. Mr. Fowler.
Very briefly, what this does is limits the areas in town where medical marijuana facilities may be located. The only area in town that's allowed under this particular zoning bylaw that's proposed is the commercial zone, which is in the area of the eastern bank. That's, UPS is down in that area as well. That's the only commercial zone in town. If we tried to locate it elsewhere, the business districts or anything else, they are interspersed throughout different residential areas of the town, and placing them in those particular areas probably would not be acceptable to the neighbors. So we have done that. That also happens to be the adult entertainment district. So they're co-located in the same area. It should not have any adverse effect upon the residents. But it's also located in a place that should be acceptable to the Attorney General because the area is far enough from the schools, homes, and everything else that the zoning bylaw actually operates effectively and fairly to allow somebody to come in and open a medical marijuana facility. One of the issues that has come up and has been addressed is the amount of the fees that we have proposed in this particular motion. That has been the subject of quite a bit of discussion with some of the selectmen and among the board members and with town council and the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General's office is looking very carefully at the amount of fees that are charged to make sure that they are not excessive. If the fees are deemed excessive, in that event, you might find that bylaw or portions of it may be denied by the Attorney General, and we will be back here again in the future attempting to modify that.
Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Board of Selectmen recommended to defer this to town meeting, and Section 8 of the town bylaw stipulates that the Zoning Board of Appeals is a granting authority. So we're just recommending that we change the planning board to the zoning board of appeals in this article, and then we would go ahead and recommend that.
Mr. Faria.
This is actually brought up a little bit earlier, and we've discussed this with town meeting. The zoning board of appeals is the special permit granting authority for certain areas within the town, for certain functions within the town. In this particular instance, the planning board happened to name itself as the special permit granting authority, and only as a matter of convenience, due to the fact that a great deal of effort went into the planning board's consideration as to this article. Originally, this particular motion was 53 pages long. We've deliberated long and hard to determine what is fair, what is lawful, and what will work best for the town. You cannot establish a medical marijuana facility in this town without a special permit process. That means there are going to be hearings. When you start going to these hearings, one thing about the planning board is it's elected. If you don't like what's happening, you can unelect anybody who is on this board. The Board of Appeals is an appointed board. They have the best control for the voters and for the townspeople. You would want to have this with an elected board. But it can be changed if that's the desire of the town meeting. We are not particularly interested in having and conducting hearings that we don't have to do. That's the pleasure of the town meeting. Does it make a big difference to us? No. As a matter of fact, we voted on that particular issue before it came up. We are not particularly concerned about who does it, but we would recommend that this particular board do it, meaning the planning board. There are protections within the law. Chapter 40A, Section 9, does set up limitations that are similar to what's already in our town bylaws, our town zoning bylaw, so that if the planning board fails to make a decision within a specified period of time, primarily it's 90 days after the application process, it will be deemed allowed. That is the only section that I think would apply to the Board of Appeals. In the instance of the Board of Appeals, were the Board of Appeals to consider this rather than the planning board, they would have to decide within a shorter period of time because our zoning bylaw limits them to 45 days. So you have a better period of consideration if we do it the way that we are doing it right now. Once again, is it of importance, great importance to us who does it? No. Where's the town better off? Probably in this instance with the planning board.
Any further discussion? Up on the back left side.
Amy LaMarche, Charing Cross. It's my understanding that there's a limited number of these facilities allowed in the state of Massachusetts, so there's no guarantee or thought that we definitely have such a facility in our town. Can you confirm that?
Anyone is entitled to apply to have a facility of this nature in this town. And they mandate a minimum, I believe it is of 5, a minimum of 5 in each county.
Any further discussion? Up in the back.
Thank you. Jim Shaw, 99 Salem Street. It was mentioned that the area around the Eastern Bank was the only allowable area in town. And in the amendment here, it states that 1,000 feet minimum distance from any residential area or mixed-use residential. I wonder if that still applies in that area around the Eastern Bank, now that there's the Sunrise and residential areas up on Salem Street. Thank you.
There is the idea is that you have to have enough room so that when you have these setbacks that you can still locate it within the zone that you've specified. And after looking at it, we have determined that it can.
Any further questions? Yes, sir. Now, coming down from behind you, coming down.
Evan Colton, 5 Portland Lane. What would happen to my real estate evaluations when we put 5 or 6 houses down the street? Have you gone into that, or is there any realtor in the group here who knows?
We have not gone into that, but we have done our best to try to avoid that from happening in any residential neighborhood. It's impossible to totally avoid it. I don't know specifically how many homes are in that area or if you are impacted by it. No, we have not answered that particular question.
Mr. Miller.
Thanks, Bob Miller. I'm not familiar with the Massachusetts statute, but I noticed that it says that it cannot be co-located with any medical professional. And I was curious whether that might be something that would be in conflict if research was done. And also, pardon my naivete, but could a pharmacy get a permit to somebody for marijuana? Could any of the pharmacies in town legally apply for that?
In my estimation, I'm not town council, they could apply for it, but they would be limited to selling it and operating it within the commercial zone. On the co-location issue, if you've ever had an opportunity to get out to California and go to Venice Beach, you can see what the problem is when you have co-location of the prescribing physicians and the medical marijuana facilities next door. You would have probably the same appearance in Linfield as you have in Venice Beach. I don't think you want that.
It sounds like it's prohibited by the statute. I'm just wondering
Mr. Mullen.
I will let Mr. Mullen answer that.
Can you just, can you repeat the question, though, because I'm not sure?
As I understand it, the question is whether the prohibition on co-location with any other business would run afoul of state law. And my understanding of state law is that it would not. I believe the Attorney General would approve this bylaw as presented.
Any further questions? Here for the back, front section, back row.
Stephanie Hines, 6 Fernway. So based on the size of the commercial zone and the restrictions, what would be the number of these dispensaries that could be in town?
The number, we have not done the calculations.
Given the size of the commercial zone and then the restrictions, there could be more than one, I suppose.
We have not done the calculations to determine that, but they would be limited within that particular area.
You want to move the question, let's put your hand up, be recognized. In the front row of the back section right there, yes, sir.
Margaret down on Borg Road. There's some feeling here, some people like this, some people don't. Putting it down Kimball Lane is the best thing we can do. When was the last time any of you went down Kimball Lane? We have to have one, we have to have a permitting process to have one. This is a great process, putting it down on Kimball Lane. I say it's time to move the question.
He can't speak to the subject and move the question. So I'll entertain a motion if somebody wants to put their hand up and move the question. Recognize you, sir. Motion to move the question, been seconded. Been moved and seconded to move the question. We'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of moving the question, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Moving to Article 19, because we've already done 18. I'm sorry, that's the motion to move the question, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm having trouble with 17, it's just something about this article, I don't know what it is. You know, I never smoked that stuff, but the way I'm going tonight, I might need it. Let's proceed to vote on Article 17. All of those in favor of, requires a 2/3 vote, I might add. All those in favor of Article 17 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. I have to count with one dissenting vote. Let me try the vote again. All those in favor of the article signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. The vote carries. Article 19, we've already addressed 18, to see if the town will vote to accept as a public way as laid out and reported by the Board of Selectmen, Market Street, as shown on a plan of land entitled Street Layout Plan, Market Street, Linfield, Massachusetts, prepared by Niche Engineering, dated December 23rd, 2013, and revised through February 11th, 2014, a copy of which plan is on file at the office of the town clerk and available for inspection, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain such interest in land as may be necessary or appropriate to create such public way, or what action we will take thereon. Mr. Terranova.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to accept as a public way, as laid out and reported by the Board of Selectmen, Market Street as shown on a plan of land entitled Street Layout Plan, Market Street, Linfield, Mass., prepared by Niche Engineering, dated December 23rd, 2013, and revised through February 11th, 2014, a copy of which plan is on file at the office of the town clerk and available for inspection, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift, purchase, or eminent domain such interest in land as may be necessary or appropriate to create such public way.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to vote to accept as a public way as laid out and reported by the Board of Selectmen, Market Street, as shown on a plan of land entitled Street Layout Plan, Market Street, Linfield, Massachusetts. Prepared by Niche Engineering, dated December 23rd, 2013, and revised through February 11th, 2014. A copy of which plan is on file at the office of the town clerk and available for inspection, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift purchase or eminent domain such interest in land as may be necessary or appropriate to create such public way. Looking for recommendations from the Board of Selectmen.
Board of Selectmen recommends.
Finance Committee.
The Finance Committee voted in our meeting before this meeting to recommend.
Is there any discussions? The Board of Selectmen want to explain this?
Well, it's taking as a public way, this will allow the highway department to place signs on the highway going north and coming down south at exit 43. It'll help direct the traffic right to the facility, which is Market Street. It'll prevent cars from traveling different directions and getting lost. Not lost, but I mean, they wander down past Salem Street and they go down Walnut towards Saugus. They end up in some of the residential areas. They go to Sparhawk. I just think it's a common sense thing to do. I think it's good judgment. I think it's logical that we just have signs that direct people in the cars, also the trucks, that will go right to the facility. And there's no cost to the town for taking this as a public way. I mean, we've had the information laid out by National Development. They have actually, taken on the responsibility. So I think it's a good thing to do.
Any further discussion? Mr. McKenzie. Microphone, please. Go here.
Paulus McKenzie, 4 Dustin Lane. Did National Development or the Board of Selectmen prepare this? Because I have a question on the statement.
What are you referring to?
The handout that was at the table.
That was prepared by National Development.
Okay, could you, it's your article, can you explain the last statement that says "don't be fooled"?
I can't explain that because I didn't prepare that.
Oh, okay. I rise to hope that people turn this down. This article will allow 4 large signs to be erected by the Mass Highway. Chairman of the Board of Selectmen is correct. It will give direction to travelers. But this was started first in December of 2012, according to Paul Stedman, the area director of Mass DOT, well before Market Street was even open. So it has nothing to do with people getting lost on Salem Street. In 1965, the Highway Beautification Act stopped the erection of billboards. These signs are nothing more than billboards. We've heard everything tonight about how the town needs additional revenue. What I'm hoping is that the town officials, the Board of Selectmen, the Planning Board, the Finance Committee, get together with National Development, negotiate for money, as they've done in the past with National Development, when you approve the zoning, and if you start to quote the town administrator, help rebuild those reserves. So I'm hoping that this article is defeated tonight, and that National Development and the Board of Selectmen get together and negotiate an amount of money that is reasonable and equivalent to a billboard or two, and that the town recoup some money from this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Article 19?
Joe Markey, 22 Pine Street. I just want to point out that how would these 4 signs help people of Linfield? If anything, it helps Market Street gain more revenue. It's not helping anyone in Linfield. And, the development's not even 50% complete. So the traffic is going to increase tremendously. So these 4 signs could, double the traffic. We don't know what's going to happen. So that's it.
I allow you to answer the question, Mr. Nelson, but you have spoken on the subject. Is this an answer to the question, or is this a speech? Hands down, okay? Mr. Prosperi.
Bob Prosperi, 6 Charing Cross. I fully support the motion. I see no detrimental effect on the town of Lynnfield, and somebody made a statement that it doesn't help us. Well, if more people go to Market Street, the revenues are going to go up and so on. The taxes may go down.
Over here, sir.
I'd just like to agree with...
Name and address, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rod Boone, Alexander Road. I live directly across from the mall. I have nothing against the mall. I eat there all the time. It's the closest place to buy beer and wine. I love the mall. But nonetheless, I do have an issue with the signage. We were told initially in this town that patrons of the mall would be directed to use both exits 43 and 42. Unlike us, who seem to want to give everything away, Wakefield went out of their way to see to it that they would not promote the use of exit 42, thereby sending more cars to exit 43. We are now inviting the world to stop at exit 43. Personally, if this messes up traffic, I don't really mind because I live 30 yards away. I'll get on Route 95. I feel bad for anyone else in town who comes all the way down Walnut Street at 7 in the morning because all the signage is there. I question why the Burlington Mall doesn't have a road called Burlington Mall Road. North Shore Mall doesn't have a sign that says Peabody Mall Road. Square One doesn't have a sign saying Square One Exit. Why we feel compelled to give away, to take property at risk, even though some lawyers have figured out there's not risk from their perspective, why we would want to change all the signage, it boggles my mind. Market Street doesn't even give away what the mall really is. Anyone driving by 128, you can't help but see the mall. If you need a sign that says Market Street to tell you where Whole Foods are, then we don't even want you getting off at exit 43. So, and I don't mean that facetiously. I don't mean it. If this is about making money, I would highly recommend to our police department to hang out down there every night between 9 and 11, because I consistently see car after car after car pulling out of Market Street with no headlights on. They're blowing through the right on red and the left on red. That's how we can make some money, handing out tickets to the folks. Just my opinion.
Any further discussion on the article? Chief Green.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. David Green. I'm friend and neighbor to two of the prior speakers, Mr. McKenzie and Mr. Boone. I'm not going to persuade you to vote one way or the other. What I would like to do is just explain something that was mentioned in one of the flyers that was handed out on this issue. The white flyer that's a foldable, the inside right page says that nothing has to do, this has nothing to do with the neighborhood traffic issues. I respectfully disagree. I've been involved since the genesis of this, which was neighborhood complaints of people pulling up on Walnut Hill and complaining about motorists turning around their driveway, running over their lawns, making illegal U-turns. And some of the neighbors spoke with us and said that they asked the people who were making these U-turns where they were going. They said they were looking for Market Street. Now, when that was told to me, it didn't sound logical, because people coming off the highway can look over to the left and see where Market Street is. However, what we found out was that some people were entering Market Street, Lynnfield, into the GPS systems. Since there is no public way, Market Street in Lynn was coming up in their GPS. And they pulled down to the bottom of the ramp and directed them to the right, towards Lynn. Once they proceeded through the intersection, they realized that they were going into a neighborhood and not a business district. So they would turn around the very first street, which is Sparhawk Drive. Some of the residents for Sparhawk were here earlier. I'm not sure if they still are here or if they want to speak. But because of that, we decided the easiest fix would be to have Mass DOT direct signage on the off-ramp so that the traffic would go directly from the highway into Market Street and would mitigate the concerns that neighbors had. So we had a field meeting with Mass DOT. There were several people there, myself, DPW Director Dennis Roy, and 2 representatives from MassDOT. We walked Walnut Street, we walked up the ramp. I don't disagree with the statement that National Development met with MassDOT or spoke with them prior to this event. They probably did. However, that was not going to happen because according to MassDOT, they cannot erect signage that directs people to private property. That was the nexus for this warrant article, so that we could adopt part of the street. MassDOT said then they could then erect the signage which would give us the end result that we wanted to help protect the neighbors. I hope you would consider that in your vote. Thank you.
Over here, sir.
Steve Rhodey, Bancroft Street. I'm a little confused about those comments. There is a sign on the exit ramp that says Market Street to the left. If people are ignoring that, they're going to ignore the whatever larger sign is put up as well.
I think the Market Street sign that shows to the left is now gone.
Oh, it's been removed?
I don't transgress my duties as a moderator, but that sign was removed a couple of months ago.
They have to pay for the sign, it's temporary. It's temporary. Charged by the state, they don't have to pay.
Any further discussion on Article 19? Mr. Dressios.
I sympathize with the fact that people are getting lost looking for Market Street. What worries me an awful lot is the fact that when the planning board does a road, we inspect that road. We make sure the right amount of concrete's put down. We make sure the easements are done correctly. We go through an awful lot of work. And those developers who don't do the job right, we've done things like walking the road and drilling holes in the road every few feet to assure that the concrete and the asphalt was deep. We also got in one case where we had to radar an area of roads and bridges. So we don't fool around with roads that are inadequately built. This road, we have no idea what the construction of it is. I hear a lot of people saying, well, it's a private development and they're going to do a good job for themselves. Well, we just don't know. We're giving them special consideration. I don't think we should treat them any differently than we do other developers in town. Everybody does the road and does the road right. Now, as for the problem with the sign and people getting lost on the GPS, I believe if we just take that area where the lights are and rename that Market Street Square, bingo, the problem's gone. I think the selectmen can do that without this town meeting. Just call that section where the lights are, Market Street Square, problem solved. Thank you.
Up the back in the middle.
Karen Brown, Main Street. I just think that we should go ahead and, I'd support the article because I think that we just had a vote about underwriting the fields of the town, and I understood that we got a substantial discount because of the proceeds from the Market Street development. So I think anything we can do to get the traffic directed to the right place and not taking side trips from the town would be a good idea. Anything that would help support the development in the long run, in the short run, really supports everything that we've been trying to do here in town. So.
Mr. Walsh. Moved and seconded to proceed to a vote on the question. All those in favor of ending debate and voting on the question signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. We'll move forward with the debate. We'll move forward to a vote on the question. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to accept as a public way as laid out and reported by the Board of Selectmen. Market Street is shown on a plan of land entitled Street Layout Plan, Market Street, Lynnfield, Massachusetts, prepared by Niche Engineering, dated December 23rd, 2013, and revised through February 11th, 2014. copy of which plan is on file at the office of the town clerk and available for inspection, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by a gift purchase or eminent domain such interest in land as may be necessary or appropriate to create such public way. All those in favor of the article signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The article fails. How many challenged the vote, the count? None. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning map of the town so that the following described areas previously shown as lying within the single residence A district shall be shown instead as lying within the limited business district. Assessors map 52, parcels 816, 825, 823, also known and numbered as 624, 628 Salem Street, and also known as rear Salem Street respectively. What action will take thereon, Mr. Faria?
The planning board moves to indefinitely postpone the article.
It's been moved and seconded to indefinitely postpone Article 20. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor of indefinite postponement, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Article 21, submitted by petition, to see if the town will amend the zoning bylaw to add the following: to 9.4 Wireless Communications District, to 9.4.1 Purpose, to 9.4.1.8 to lessen the impact upon residents, property values, public safety, and town character, to 9.4 Wireless Communications District, to 9.46 Application Process, add 9.4.6.2B, that the proposed monopole with its antenna and/or panels cannot be replaced through the use of other technology and shall be documented to show that such technology would not be sufficient to meet federal and state standards. Or what action will take thereon? Mr. Precios.
I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw to add the following: 9.4.1.8 to lessen the impact upon residents, property values, public safety, and town character, and to add 9.4.6.2b. If the facility includes the erection of a monopole, the description of all alternatives that would not include monopoles, regardless whether the applicant considers such alternatives feasible or cost-effective. Such description shall include comparative technical information, including effective operating range, mounting, and technical requirements for operation within the intended operating area, as well as a cost-effective analysis. Description shall include the size and shape of each alternative and likely visual impact of each on the neighborhood.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and seconded to amend the zoning bylaws to add 9.4.1.8 to lessen the impact upon residents, property values, public safety, and town character, and by adding 9.4.6.2b, if the facility includes the erection of a monopole, a description of all alternatives that would not include monopoles, regardless of whether the applicant considers such alternatives feasible or cost-effective. Such description shall include comparative technical information, including effective operating range, mounting, and technical requirements for operation within the intended operating area, as well as a cost-effectiveness analysis. The description shall include the size and shape of each alternative and the likely visual impact of each on the neighborhood. Mr. Gressius.
The intent of this motion is to make it clear to the applicants that other technology must be explored before a monopole is approved. I would argue that the zoning bylaw presently already demands such. However, it's not very clear that such is required. The applicant may argue that such a requirement doesn't exist, which would then require the courts to decide, thus costing everyone time and money. The added language does not expand or prohibit a communications facility. It only clarifies and informs an applicant of what is expected of him to do. Thus, the applicant concentrate on factual facts, not on the bylaw meanings and words. The town's desire to lessen the visual disruption of monopoles goes back to day one in 1998, the beginning of this bylaw. Knowing that the town could not prohibit communication facilities, A bylaw was formulated which would allow facilities on existing structures without making an applicant jump through hoops. It was known that a monopole may be necessary to meet federal requirements, thus allowing them when necessary. Areas such as out-of-sight areas, deep in the woods, or construction on town-owned land in a residential area. It was felt that if such a visual disruption of town skyline was necessary, then the rentals fees from these monopoles should be enjoyed by the entire town as a new revenue source in the budget. That's helping to lower everyone's property tax. Unfortunately, the restriction of allowing a monopole on just town property in a residential area was removed by the Attorney General's office, thus treating other landowners, well, as a reason it would be treating other landowners unequally, thus creating uncertainty in the present bylaw, since he cut and pasted certain sections of it. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. This requires 2/3. All those in favor of Article 21, see if the town will amend the zoning bylaws as printed in the book, or as stated by the applicant, I'm sorry, petitioner. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. I'm going to have to count, so let's try taking that vote one more time. See if we can get 2/3 or get unanimous so we don't have to count. All those in favor of Article 21 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The article passes. It's unanimous. Article 22, to see if the town will vote to adopt the following bylaw. No person shall be allowed to bow hunt in the town of Lynnfield, whether on public or private land. The ban includes, but is not limited to, bear, turkey, waterfowl, and deer during all 4 hunting seasons, or what action will take thereon. Ms. Roach.
Do I need to repeat that again, or shall I give my...
You need to make the motion.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to adopt the following bylaw. No person shall be allowed to bow hunt in the town of Lynnfield, whether on private or public land. This ban includes, but is not limited to, bear, turkey, waterfowl, and deer during all 4 hunting seasons.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to vote to adopt the following bylaw. No person shall be allowed to bow hunt in the town of Lynnfield, whether on public or private land. The ban includes, but is not limited to, bear, turkey, waterfowl, and deer during all 4 hunting seasons. And Ms. Roach, I just want to tell you, you're doing a great job so far. I know you're very nervous tonight because we talked before this meeting. Everybody here loves you. They want to hear what you have to say, so please proceed with your discussion.
Thank you. I recognize that the population of wild animals needs to be monitored, but not at the jeopardy of our safety. Over the years, the town of Lynnfield has gradually been developed, and the open space where hunting is legal is diminishing. Because of this, we are experiencing many hunters, both licensed and unlicensed, trespassing on private property, hunting very close to residences, and hunting year-round. These hunters have no regard for the privilege of being allowed to hunt, and no regard for the hunting laws. Therefore, the privilege should be taken away before someone gets hurt, not wait until after someone gets hurt.
Thank you. I'm going to ask town meeting, there is a gentleman sitting in the non-registered voter section who was asked to speak to the town meeting on this article. It requires people in the meeting to make a decision whether or not he can vote. I meant to do this at the beginning of the meeting, but he has sat patiently here throughout the meeting. So I would ask if there's a motion to allow him to speak. In a second? So it's been moved and seconded to allow him to speak. All those in favor of allowing him to speak signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Sir.
Thank you. My name is Eric Danko, I'm from Beverly, Mass.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Mr. Moderator, for helping me understand the process ahead of time. I'd like to thank the residents of Linfield for making I'd like to thank the residents of Linfield for making it possible, giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. And I do have a sense of humor. When I first came in the building, I asked the nice lady up front where non-residents should go, and she said home. So I do have a sense of humor, but this is a very, very serious topic, and a ban, as far as I'm concerned, is a very dangerous and irresponsible thing to do. If I could take us back 3 years, and we had this petition before us, and we all voted to ban, or you all voted to ban bow hunting back then, you'd probably know by now what a grave mistake that was. Because a lot of people don't realize that deer reproduce at 30% per year. Okay? And to remove humans from the equation of hunting them, it only takes the doubling rate, would only take about 3, 4, maybe 5 years tops for that population to double. And I've been asking around and checking statistics on my own. And I found that, Linfield knows its share of car accidents. On the way in, I talked to a gentleman whose daughter was bit twice by ticks and infected once. And she's only 5 years old. Ticks, and I don't mean to be sarcastic, but ticks don't walk to people's houses. They ride on the backs of deer. And when you have a deer overpopulation, these ticks will find their way everywhere. There's already a tick explosion, in case people don't realize it, because of the unusually warm weather that we've had. So, and when the deer also overpopulate, they mow down the forest, and invasive species of plants will then move in and take over where their food supply grew. And so the deer come, as people know, they come looking for food in people's backyards. They eat the shrubs, and they carry with them the ticks. And another thing people maybe don't realize is that the coyotes follow the deer in. And I'm not trying to scare people, but if you watch PBS, you'll know that the coyotes that we have here in Massachusetts now are not my grandfather's coyotes. They're a mix with timber wolves from the Great Lakes regions, and they're more aggressive. And a lot of people have pets go missing. And these are the things that I come across when I do my research. And yet I go to the Fish and Game website for Massachusetts, and they refer to bow hunting as the most safe and effective way to manage deer population, and that nobody has been injured by it, no non-hunter has been injured by a bow hunter in over 100 years. So I realized, Linfield has its own traditions and culture and identity, but we all have a responsibility to manage our land properly. And I looked to other towns, for instance, like Weston, Framingham, Duxbury, Sudbury, Dover, Andover, and now Newburyport's looking into it. They're all adding bow hunting, okay? So, if anything, I ask you to just not ban it tonight. Let there be more discussion amongst you. Look into maybe an intelligent, responsible deer management program. But like I said, if you ban bow hunting tonight, the problem will be 3 to 5 years down the road. You will regret it, and I don't say that joyfully. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the article? Yes, sir, in the back. Mr. Schaff.
My name is Dick Schaffer, 67 Pillings Pond Road. As we all know, there is a bylaw in town, you can't discharge a firearm. In my opinion, that law is fine, and it's all we need. In general, hunters are very respectful of our property and people's rights. If someone has a problem with a particular hunter, the environmental police will take care of it. You just got to speak up. But I don't think there's any need for this bylaw. No, we're already in good shape as far as what we have for bylaws. Thank you.
Paul Martindale, Pine Street. As someone with 2 degrees in biology, I have several issues with this motion, although I appreciate the desire that you have for safety. I do think, though, that hunters are very responsible in general, but first of all, the overpopulation of deer, it just wipes out the flora in the forest, and it puts the environment out of balance. And so bow hunting is actually a very good way of managing the deer population. And, you know, deer, they will populate if there are no predators and there's no control on them. I think in terms of the issue of safety, we're probably more in danger of being hit as deer bolt across the roads at dusk and at dawn. I myself had a very near miss with a deer driving down Main Street one evening not that long ago. And as he points out, the more that the deer overpopulate, the risk of Lyme disease goes up. And you need to have a realistic understanding of bow hunting. People, this doesn't appeal to me that much, but people sit in the tree and they shoot down as a deer passes underneath them. If you're worried about arrows flying through the air, really deer have to be hunted at about 20 or 30 yards away. And they're shooting down, and if they miss the animal, the arrow goes into the ground. So I think if you weigh the risk, there's far more risk of letting the deer overpopulate. As a member of the Conservation Commission, we've put up no hunting signs on all of our town conservation land during the past year, but I really don't think that we can ban illegal activity in the state of Massachusetts on private land. Bow hunters should get permission of any private landowner before they bow hunt. I also think that the way that this is worded, it's a little bit too open-ended and not worded very well. But in any case, I would be voting against this. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Up in the back.
John Roach, 99 Walnut Street. I've seen these hunters come in, and it's not hunters, it's a safety issue. But they ask if they have permission to say no, they come anyways. They leave the packs of these deer on the ground, and they poach all year round.
Any other further discussion? Ms. Copeland.
From Oakley, 29 Bancroft Street. I'd just like to express a personal opinion that I think bow hunting is a cruel and inhumane method of dealing with the problem of deer over control. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Up in the back? Yes, you jumping up and down.
You missed us.
We couldn't look at that any longer.
Lee Frucci, 64 Pillings Pond Road. I just want to say that I am a hunter. I know I don't look like a hunter or what you expect to be a hunter. I had to take a class. I understand all the rules. I have to follow the law. I do not poach. Poachers are doing illegal things. I do not do any of that. And I just wanted everybody to see that it's not the people you watch on TLC or Discovery Channel as hunters. The female population is the largest growing population of hunters in the country right now. Thank you.
Well, I'm up here with the microphone. I'll take the gentleman right in front of her. Right there.
I was David Crockett, 100 Crest Road. We have a Massachusetts State certified bow and hunting instructor sitting right over here. We signed him in if we needed to speak. He would concur with everything that everybody said, but maybe not with the cruelty of the act. I love deer. My whole family loves deer. They're delicious. And I really think we ought to let the law stand as it is right now, and we should vote on it. I make a motion to table this.
can't make the motion after you've spoken on the topic, sir.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, moving the question, is there a second? We moved and seconded to move to end the discussion on Article 22 and move to a vote on the question. So, all those in favor of the motion to end debate, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now moving to a motion, moving to a vote on the article itself to see if the town will vote to adopt the following bylaw. No person shall be allowed to bow hunt in the town of Linfield, whether on public or private land. The ban includes but is not limited to bear, turkey, waterfowl, and deer during all 14 seasons. All those in favor of the bylaw signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The article fails. We're on to Article 22. To see if the town will vote to adopt the following. The town meeting hereby advises the Linfield Board of Selectmen that for future town meetings, the omnibus expense capital budget for the forthcoming fiscal year be prepared and presented with two alternatives as follows. Alternative 1, without incorporating the voluntary 2.5% increase permitted by Proposition 2.5. Alternative 2, incorporating the full voluntary 2.5% increase permitted by Proposition 2.5. The WAC action will take thereon. This is submitted by petition, and I'll turn to the petitioner for the motion. Ms. Shea.
My name is Katie Shea. I move that the town vote to advise the Linfield Board of Selectmen that for future town meetings, the omnibus expense and capital budget for the forthcoming fiscal years be prepared and presented with two alternatives as follows. Alternative 1, without incorporating the voluntary 2.5% increase permitted by Proposition 2.5. Alternative 2, incorporating the full voluntary 2.5% increase permitted by Proposition 2.5. Submit this.
Is there a second? Been moved and seconded to vote to adopt the following bylaw. The town meeting hereby advises Linfield Board of Selectmen for future town meetings, the omnibus expense capital budget for the forthcoming fiscal year be prepared and presented with two alternatives as follows. Alternative 1, without incorporating the voluntary 2.5% increase permitted by Proposition 2.5. Alternative 2, incorporating the full voluntary 2.5% increase permitted by Proposition 2.5. Ms. Shea is asking you to do that projector. If you could shut the house lights down, Mr. Curtin, or somebody over there, thank you. Ms. Shea, it's yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to say that I have been nominated to give you this presentation. Normally, Dave Miller, he was the author of this, but he has broken his back. So I'm going to do the best I can. I know it's the last article, and I'm just going to cut to the chase here. And first, I'd like to talk about why this is important to you as the taxpayer. The reason why it's important to you as the taxpayer is because we've talked a lot tonight about Market Street. And I pulled one of the Linfield newspapers. And basically what it comes down to is we have 135 commercial properties in Linfield. And we have 4,000 residential homes in Linfield. The residential taxpayers of Linfield are the financial backbone and the strength of this community. Despite the fact that we are fortunate to have Market Street and we are getting additional revenues from Market Street, it pales in comparison from the contribution of the taxes that you pay as a taxpayer. You are definitely the financial backbone of this town, and as residents of this town, this article is being put forward to help you better understand the town budget. The reason why Dave Miller drafted this or authored this bill is because when he was the town moderator, people would come up to him and ask after town meeting, we vote on these budgets, but we really don't have any alternative. We only have one budget to vote on. And if we had more information, we might be able to make some better judgments on how the town money is being spent. In addition to that, a lot of people have come up to myself and Dave, as well as other people, and have stated that they're a little bit in despair because of the increasing tax rates that continue in Linfield. I don't know if any of you are aware, but we do have a blog. It's called Linfield Initiative for Transparency, and we've been putting some things out there, and this has been providing feedback to us. So anyways, moving on. Proposition 2.5 does not mandate that the 2.5% increase has to occur with our town budget every year. What it does stipulate is that we cannot go beyond a 2.5% increase. What I'd like to do at this time is just point out to you what has been happening with our town budget, and I know there will be some feedback on this, which is fine, but based on the numbers that we have, if we look at the year 2005, you can see that our levy limit was $19,994. I mean, 19 million, I'm sorry. Anyways, that number does transfer down to 2006, and this is the new tax levy basis. That if you look at this number here, the 499,861, it is a 2.5% increase. So you look at that 2.5% increase, add it to your new growth, and you get your new tax levy limit that's applied to the next year. And if we go on down this chart, you can see that this algorithm, mathematical equation, has been implemented, and we pretty much always have a 2.5% increase on our levy limit, which is allowed by the state. This does not mean that each one of us in this room gets a 2.5% increase in our property. Each one of our properties are valued based on the real estate value of your individual homes. So some years, you know, a mid-sized home, like probably this year, is getting a higher market value, your assessment will change, and your tax bill will change as well. Someone in a larger home, those might not be moving, so their incremental percentage tax increase will not keep pace with a moderate-sized home that's in the market right now. So nonetheless, the pool continues to grow of tax dollars. The other thing that I wanted to point out in this presentation is we talked a lot about new growth tonight. If you look at new growth, if we look at the year 2013, we had new growth of $493,468. New growth is only new growth for 1 year. It's then added into the tax base, which gets another 2.5% increase and on. To put this in perspective of what's happening with our town budget, hold on a second. If we look at this side of the chart, what's in blue, we have the allowable level of the total max allowable levy limits. This is the total that you're able to tax. The town actually taxes a bit below this. So we can see that this is the excess. In other words, this is the top that we can collect in real estate taxes in the town. This is what the actual number is, and this is what's left over. This is the room. So you can see that we're being taxed to the max as far as with Proposition 2.5. Okay. I have another chart here. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, this is also in a handout for you. There's definitions in the back to help you with some of these wordings. Okay, if we look at this chart right here, we're looking at 2013, 2014, and 2015. What this proposal is asking is that we have two budgets prepared for us to do comparisons and to make decisions. And if we look at what's happening right now with this 2.5% increase that we're getting every year, this is the linear line of where our taxes are going. If we had a mid-range type of tax where we were increasing the pool by 1% a year, our tax rate would be leveling off a little bit more. And then finally, if there was no tax increase, which this is not going to happen most likely, this is what our line would look like. So this really is giving us, to have two alternatives, two budgets, it's giving us a backdrop to do some comparisons. And finally, if we take a look at, if we zero in on 2015 here, this is what happens if you had a zero impact with the residential increase with no 2.5% increase. So we can see the prior levy limit, which is the tax, is around 32 million. And then without the 2.5% increase, that means $821,000 does not come into the pool. And then we continue on down with our projected new growth and on down the line. But basically what ends up happening is the difference shows up in the bottom line here of what our budget looks like. And please keep in mind, these numbers that I'm talking about prior do not include what we get from the state and other taxes, other forms of taxes. This is just residential taxation that I'm talking about. So this is on one side, you know, the 0 increase, then we have our 2.5% increase. So that's what we're presenting tonight, is to start looking at our budget, not only to keep in the current trend that we've been at with a 2.5% increase over and over again, but to also offset and to start looking at what we can do to limit our taxation and to keep our budgets as tight as we possibly can. So what we expect to hear from our Board of Selectmen is we do scrub our budget, and that we're doing the best that we can. And if we started to make cuts in our budget, that we'd have to reduce labor. We're not asking to reduce labor in Lynnfield. That's not what we're asking to do. What we're asking is for our town leaders to look at efficiencies and to leverage the resources that we have, so we do not have to continue on this trend of 2.5% increase every year. A good manager will review and get rid of the inefficient operations and be proactive. If cuts in labor names if there are cuts in labor, names do not have to be given. But high real estate taxes are not good for the town morale. And also we have high OPEB, which has to be addressed. And OPEB, I'm going to talk about for a minute. OPEB is other post-employment benefits. And this is something that we'll start carrying on our books in 2015. So this will be visible to everyone. We're not asking for big cuts here. What we are asking for is that you move ahead and support having 2 alternative budgets put in front of you to help you as the taxpayers be more informed about what you're going to be voting on moving ahead.
Yes, sir, in the middle.
Andy Youngren, Pine Hill Road. I have a question for some of the department heads, and maybe Mr. Festus can answer this. How many man-hours or person-hours do town employees spend every year putting together the one budget we have, and how many additional hours might we spend? How much might this cost the town to put together a second budget?
Mr. Gossett. Can you turn the lights up, please?
It's a little difficult to figure out how much extra it would cost to prepare such a budget. I'm assuming we'd be using our existing staff. I don't know that it would cost any additional money to do this. It would obviously take us a considerable amount of time. I can tell you that we begin our budget process in November, and the department heads begin putting their budgets together in December, and it works all the way up through the March time frame, and then it gets to the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. It would cause quite a bit of consternation among the department heads to have to put a budget together that has no increase whatsoever, mainly because collective bargaining agreements, as they are, even right now, call for a percentage increase, and if there isn't going to be any personnel cuts, then if there's not going to be any additional revenue and no personnel cuts, now they're looking at their minimal operational budgets, and in some of these departments they have $6,000 or $7,000 or $4,000 or $5,000 worth of expense line items, and if all the cuts have to come out of there, I mean, it'll be very difficult to operate. I certainly understand that the taxpayer might want to see what such a budget would look like, but I can tell you that in terms of our staffing levels on both the town and the school side, I think we're about as lean as we can be. And with respect to the capital budget, we're pretty consistent. As you can see, we spent $626,000 last year, $629,000 this year. The requests for the capital budget were well in excess of $1 million. And I know it seems like the budget keeps going up and up, but based upon the departmental requests to what actually got approved this year, there were $450,000 to $500,000 worth of requests that were sliced out of that budget before it even came to town meeting, or even before it went to the finance committee. So, can it be done? Absolutely, it can be done. But each department is going to be asked to do it, and they're probably going to do it in different fashions. And it'll make it interesting trying to put together an overall budget with absolutely no budget increase, and then one with a 2.5% increase.
Mr. LaCourse. I would ask all speakers tonight, we're getting late in the night, if you can try to keep it short. I know we have 10 minutes for every speaker, but that doesn't mean you have to go to 10.
I won't be going to 10, Mr. Moderator, I assure you. I'm getting tired. Mr. Moderator, Harry LaCourse, 28 Partridge Lane. I'm not a author or co-author of this motion. However, I am familiar with it and what's behind it. There is with respect to this article, there's a very serious budgetary question in the minds of many of the senior taxpayers of this town, which has perhaps led to this warrant article. We represent about 30% of the population, and we continue to ask where is the real estate tax relief that we were promised with the advent of Market Street. We hear and we see under consideration fields development, new libraries possibly, walking trails, new police stations, etc., etc., etc. And again, where is the real estate tax relief? When we look back, we see inflation running at 1.5%. We see senior Social Security increases only increasing by 1.5% the last 2 years. Yet we see the town recently starting off its budget by increasing it by the top 2.5% allowable increase. We see no effort towards zero-based budgeting. We see last year the school committee publicly being allowed a 4% increase and coming in at 3.99. We see $1.5 million of Market Street funds, $1 million 1 year and $500,000 after that, funded, taken away to avoid an override. Frankly, there seems to be a money-spending frenzy with the advent of Market Street. And this article was presented, and I was not an author of it, by people concerned about starting off budgets for almost allowing a 2.5% increase. No zero-based budgeting. 2.5 is a given. That's not right. That's not the proper way to budget. And you who are in business know that. At the present rate of spending, we are seeing a 6% increase annually in the tax levy. 6% annually. You who have some knowledge of mathematics know by the rule of 72, if you divide 6% to 72 in 12 years, you'll double the budget. That's frightening. Frightening. We feel that our Board of Selectmen, all three of you, need to address this issue. And although this is a voluntary petition, we hope that you'll take it into consideration in the future budgeting of our town funding. Thank you very much.
Any further discussion, Mr. Farian?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Years ago in another town, I was on the Finance Committee. I think this is a great forensic tool for the Finance Committee. They'll be able to look at the budgets, compare them, and when you do that, looking at a 2.5% difference, you're able to analyze where the department heads feel the cuts could be or should be. With that, I would assume the Finance Committee, a shrewd Finance Committee member, would be able to ferret out any unnecessary spending in the town. Thank you.
Mrs. Campbell.
First of all, I want to thank all of you that stuck it out to the end. I tell you how I appreciate it. I'd like to thank the Finance Committee because they recommended it. Thank you. They do a lot of work. I've been there a lot of times at their meetings, haunting